Alright, Strat fans, for this strat, I've loaded up a basic army of High Elves versus some Warriors of Chaos. So this is what I call a bait and switch. So for this strat, what you do is you have to take some heavy-hitting cavalry units, like high speed, like these Dragon Princes here, have a main line of really strong melee units to pull them in with maybe a missile to do some extra damage. I threw in a dragon there just for spice, with Tyrion leading the charge to keep this Chaos Lord of Khorne down. He's got a bunch of chosen. So yeah, but basically what you're going to want to do is take your cav and put them in these woods. So you have to make sure they can be they can hide in a forest. So these cav can. So you hide them in the forest, and as long as it shows up hidden for their status effect, that means they won't notice them. And then you try to draw them in. Yeah, and then you try to draw them in to engage this army, and then while they're engaged, their missile line will, start firing. And then if you're able to keep them here close enough, they can go in and stop those missiles from firing. Now, unfortunately, because of the map here, and because some of the times the AI is smarter than it was in Warhammer 2, they'll send some units that are, really close to discover. If they get too close, they'll discover it, and then the strat will be, you'll fail it. So you have to make sure that they don't discover your units. So I do have to pull these guys back here because these chosen get too close to discovering them. But it turns out well in the end because they've brought some pink horrors, which are pretty good. They're pretty good, and they do have some decent shots. And they get hammered by my missile infantry a little bit, but they do some damage to them before my cav comes in and wipes them out. And that combined with my dragon here, it really does stop them from doing that missile damage. So, like I said, you have one main line, and again, I have a cav going to disrupt this artillery back here too, because they've left it completely exposed. So you send your fast-hitting cav out. So they're engaging, and my missile units are doing some damage, but their damage and the artillery is really, really pounding my missiles. And I had to move my cav back a little bit because this chosen unit would have exposed them. So I was waiting for them to pull in, and then once the enemy is in melee, they're locked in. They can't move. So your melee unit's job is to hold them there, and then your fast units, like these cav here, I'm splitting them off. I'm sending one cav to go deal with the artillery, and one to go deal with these exposed missile units now. So, and then these cav, now that this thing now that these ones have gone, these cav are going out to deal with the missile units as well, in a pincer, as well as the dragon after blowing his load on them. His breath attack is going in to disrupt them as well. So this is a really good strat to disrupt missile units and keep them from firing. It helps you keep the enemy from doing their max damage. So yeah, see, now they're pincered and they're starting to break. They know that there's this here, and then we've silenced their artillery back here. You can keep cavalry. These are shock cavalry. You can keep their shock cavalry in melee with missile units because they're not really, those missile units aren't really meant for melee. But I would not leave them in combat with melee units. So like I'm doing a cycle charge here, a little bit of hammer and anvil tactics too. But you see, I go in there, and then I pull them right back out. I only leave them in there for a second because the longer I leave them in there, the more chance they have to be exposed. So I try to pull them out, and it does take a second. You got to click them a little bit more aggressively to get them to pull out. If not, they'll just stay there. So, like, see, I pulled them right out. I could not keep them there. But, I pull them right out there. But their charge really makes up for it. So yeah, we've pretty much wiped this army now because we destroyed their flanks, and then we, just the presence of our cav here is enough to have the melee units run, as well as the lack of support from their missiles. So with that, this makes this a decisive victory with this bait and switch tactic, and it's really good to use when there's a heavily forested area.
And welcome back, Strat fans. It's Colonelstrat, the strategy extraordinaire. So for this Wednesday, we're going to be showing off a classic tactic, really easy, simple one to do, called concentration of force. Now, the best army I've seen to do this is like melee heavy factions, and I'll explain what the whole gist of the tactic is. We're going to be going up against a generic Empire Lord here with a pretty good army, probably mid to late tier, and we got a late tier. So this is technically what you'd face on the battlefield in the campaign map, especially on normal difficulty, because the AI doesn't really build too much into one troop. They kind of try to spread them out. Alright, so to elaborate, basically what a concentration of force tactic is you have your main line melee infantry, and then you have a heavy hitting bolster infantry that picks one part of an enemy line and charges it. You focus it down and kill the unit to cause a break in the line. Now, this army has a lot of very good units that can hold and break through. If I was facing any heavily armored faction as Khorne, I'd probably struggle a little bit. That's why I figured the Empire was probably the best faction to show this tactic off against. But it could still be effective, especially if you just concentrate these guys on one area of the front. Because they're really heavy hitting, they got bonus versus infantry, they're flaming attacks, frenzy, they have a lot of weapon strength, so they can chew through units really fast. And the rest of the army is kind of meant to just, show off some other tactics, but I'm going to focus on the line, the line battle. So let's get in. Valkia will lead the charge. Set these guys up here. Have these Chaos War Shrines. Oh, I forgot to dedicate them. Oh, that's okay. They'll still help. They're still supporting. Yeah, they're still supporting. Alright, so with that, let's start, and let's go find a point in the line.
Remember, warriors, it matters not from whence the blood flows.
We'll probably focus on the swordsman unit here to break the line. Gonna send in the bloodthirsters with it as well.
Hordes of chaos. Chosen of Khorne! Annihilate them! Let there be butchery! The Gore Queen Ascendant! Chosen of Khorne!
To the
Send
fight!
in her, send him in. We'll have these guys focus on those guys. Yeah, let's take care of those Reiksguard with this Bloodthirster. Alright.
The Skull Taker's decree! Bloodthirster marching!
So yeah, basically what we're gonna do is well, we're gonna take our heroes back,
If Khorne commands!
and our Bloodthirsters are gonna take care of that Reiksguard.
Going!
Northern barbarians!
Alright.
Valkia
Let's have Valkia go deal with him, with her hero as well. So that's going to put a damper in our plans. But then we send these guys right at the sword infantry to break through the line and reach the enemy missile line. Alright, so you see we have these forces just charging in the middle as well. And we overwhelm the enemy forces
making ground!
so that we, just put all of these forces on one unit. And we concentrate our forces, overwhelm them, and break through. It might take some time, But once you break through, it's like open season for the back line.
Carnage moves!
Yeah, now we got open season for the back line.
Shows
We broke and we chose through. We go to the back, start driving, go towards the other guys, and then we can actually spread out and help the melee line as well. I usually try to, you know, especially when I'm playing Khorne, I'll do something else to destroy the main line. Okay, we got our shield and our spear Slapnir. And yeah, that's what we're talking about. Get the Skull Crushers down there. These Skull Crushers down there. See, we've broken through their lines. We're concentrating on that one part of the line, and now we're able to outflank them and really destroy them. Already this army was looking pretty good, but now we've had masterful tactics to minimize our casualties, break the enemy front line, and go after their back, break through the front line, go at their back, and really destroy them. And then it's freed up our frontline units to go and flank as well, because we've completely shattered their front line. Even though our War Shrine has taken a bit of a hit, it's meant to just support us, so maximizing the synergy with War Shrines and with other supporting units really helps the initial breakout and helps encircle the enemy units, and it's really good for melee heavy factions to utilize this tactic when they see an enemy, because the AI will try to stretch their forces, and this can be a boon to you to expose a weak point. Like, let's say they have a weak unit that is like swordsmen, like the swordsman unit we broke through. They have that weak unit that can only take a little bit of damage before it starts to rout, and as soon as it routs, your units that are your second line just charges through the gap, the now created gap, and wrecks the enemy back line. It's a classic tactic I use all the time. It's really easy to master, and it's really good. Oh, jeez. Spinning. Yeah, really easy to master tactic, and one that works out really well for melee heavy factions. Or even if you're not a melee heavy faction, you have some good melee units, you're going to be able to benefit from this tactic. I think we just have these flagellants left here. That's all we got left. Deal with the flagellants. There we go. And that was concentration of force. So just remember, Trap fans, that whenever you're using this tactic, to make sure you have a really good melee support line, like these Chosen of Khorne, with a high weapon strength, and armor piercing damage helps too. Any good melee unit, you have a good amount of them to support your backline, and you can punch through and wreck the enemy backline. Hey to do, what's going on, Strat fans? It's Colonelstrat, the strategy extraordinaire here, and today we're back with another one of Colonel's tactics. So today I'm going to be showing off the what I affectionately call a snare and nuke tactic. So what you need for this is basically just, all you need is a wizard that has the net of Ammontok. So like I have Teclis here, he has access to that spell. A light wizard will do just fine, or any wizard that can access the lore of light, or at least have that spell unlocked. So it's rather simple. So what I'm doing is I've got a lot of missile troops back here, and what I'm going to do with Teclis here is I'm going to wait for these for these Khornite forces to get here, and I'm going to snare with the net of Ammontok, because it is a snare. Let's see if I can find it. Yep, it is a snare, and the target can't move for 20 seconds. Now that's more than enough time to be able to kill units, any unit really. So what we're effectively doing is we're snaring these forces. So I'm going to bait Scarbrand here to try to bait him to come right up the middle, and while he's snared, we're going to nuke him with our superior missile troops and just deny him any melee combat. And that this is the best way to deal with him and any melee faction. We're going to be doing a little cheeky Arcane Phoenix here to just try to get them to attack us so that they can move in. Teclis is just acting as the bait, but once they get within range, then we're going to snare them. And, you know, if they're not able to move, they're not going to be able to get into melee range and start attacking us. Now, of course, we can't stop the whole army. That would be foolish for the game, but we can stop the most high damage dealers like Scarbrand himself. Scarbrand and any high damage dealing hero or lord, this tactic will work perfectly on, and I guarantee you will give you a decisive victory, or even pull out a clutch victory just by eliminating that strong character. So he's getting closer. The army's moving in, but of course we won't be able to stop the whole army, but the army I've brought here is pretty good. Again, is just Khorne is probably the best one to do this on, because they don't have any missile troops. When enemy brings missile troops, it kind of defeats the purpose, because if they can't move but they can still fire at you, it doesn't mean they're stopped from firing missile fire. So we're starting to open fire on his main army, doing a little bit of damage. And now I'm casting on here, but it will still trap Scarbrand. You see that net right there? So now I order the handmaidens up here, the Sisters of Avalorn, to go and attack Scarbrand and just launch all their missiles at him to nuke him down. See, he can't move, so he's just going to sit here and take the fire, and then he's already unstable, and he's going to die before he gets there. See? And there he goes. And just like that, you've dealt with the most damaging part of their army. Of course, I did lose one sister. They were stuck out in the open, but still did pretty well. And then we just have to deal with the rest of his army. Now, this tactic is really, really useful when you have like a very Scarbrand, Cetra, I'd say Snitch as well. Any enemy lord or hero that is very fast and very high damaging, this tactic will work really well against. And you see, because they lost their hero, they're already starting to crumble, and his demonic units are starting to, you know, become unstable. And, you know, yeah, the mortal units will stay around and give you a little bit of a tussle, but they're not really going to do much damage. They will have that debuff because we've sniped their lord early on. So this tactic is one I like to use a lot against, again, melee heavy factions or factions that have a lot of that rely heavily on their lord, like a vampire faction. This would be perfect on a vampire faction, perfect on a chaos faction with, like, let's say we're facing Tzeentch, and Kairos is trying to, you know, do some spells. But again, Kairos won't be as effective against this tactic. Won't be as effective against him because, yeah, he won't be able to run away, but he'll still be able to do stuff. Scarbrand, he wasn't able to do anything. So this tactic completely defeats Scarbrand or any melee-focused lord that has to get into the combat. Any lord like that, like a vampire lord, or that they have to get into melee combat to do a lot. Again, vampire lords, they'll still have a little bit of be able to do stuff because it won't stop them from casting, but it will stop them from fighting.
Hello Strat fans, it's Colonelstrat, the strategy extraordinaire here, and today I'm going to show you one of my favorite tactics to use as any very highly defensive faction. It's it could be called a corner camp or a cheese or something, but it's basically I call it steel wall. So what I'm going to do is if you've noticed, I have all of these dwarven units, these heavy shielded units, like longbeards, and some hammerers and a bunch of cannons and stuff. It's a simple army composition. It's mid-tier, facing an orc army, but I've set up a very defensive position where every area is covered. And what I mean by why I call it steel wall is that it will literally hold, the melee infantry will hold, and the enemies will just fall upon our missiles. So let's get started. And we just have to wait for them to come and start attacking. So I'm setting up my my cannons here. Alright guys, let's get set up. Orcs should be coming in soon. Let's just hope that I can actually shoot them, because I tried to get a hill for that exact reason, but I don't know if I have enough elevation. Oh, I do. Okay. I do have elevation. There we go. And they'll smash against my line, and we'll hold them like iron.
Thunderers!
Are we firing? Yeah, we're firing. Very small, but we are firing. And then once they retreat, that's going to be even better for us. See? They just can't break through. Now, it's going to be tested a lot. And you may have to reassign, because your unit will sometimes... It'll try to, you know, get more kills, so they'll leave the lines, or they'll be flung back like that. Alright. Well, we got a hill, so this is perfect. Perfect defensive formation for the dwarves or any very defensive faction. Cathay and even the Empire can do this formation. And it can be seen as corner camping, cheesing, but it's very defensive, and it plays to the dwarves' strengths and other very defensive faction strengths. Alright, so that's them taken care of. Alright, let's wait for the main orc army to come. Now you want to make sure you give enough space between your units up here and your missiles, so that you can, okay, we'll do calibration, and I want to do more armor piercing damage on that, on that cannon, so that you can target the heavy units. Alright, here they come. They're coming full throttle. Let's do a Rune of Wrath and Ruin. That'll help.
There's nothing I can't fix. Shine like crow.
Alright, Grumbrindle. It's time for you to get stuck in.
I shall. Cannon. By the ancestors.
Get that Ragnarok. Keep the runesmith back. We'll do this, even though normally we won't have this. Yeah, see how they're trying to find a way through our lines. And that's the thing, they're trying to do it so that they can, break through. I'm going to take our hammerers and we're going to reinforce this line over here. Once our runesmith is ready, we're going to okay. And then once we collapse them on this side, we can send troops to help. Like I'm sending the hammerers over there to help, because there's a lot of orcs concentrating. And that's what they'll try to do. They'll try to concentrate one spot. But if you can maintain, and like I said, the dwarves are the best for this because they can. Their infantry is so durable. Yeah, they're just falling upon our lines. And as you can see, we're able to effectively prevent them from getting through the circle. And the whole time they're trying to get through with their melee infantry, we're just peppering them with gunfire. Peppering them. I mean, yeah, they're hitting us with that as well, so we will have to attack that.
Thunderers!
Alright, let's move these thunderers back into position. Now we're really going to be able to deal some damage.
At the Wazzocks!
At the Wazzocks!
Runesmith!
Alright, let's get some armor runes. There, that'll work. Runesmith's great for boosting up the armor to keep the area held.
For the ancestors!
Alright. They're still trying to break through there.
Master engineer! Aye, lad, I'll do it!
Okay, get your armor piercing damage up. Let's see who needs a refill. There you go, get a refill. There we go. And look at that. The entire army could not break through our shield wall. They just fell upon us. See, this tactic is really effective at dealing with any melee army. Even ranged armies can still be taken care of with this, but it's less effective against them. Like orcs, perfect one to fight against. Khorne, Slaanesh, anything that has a heavy melee focus, I would consider, if you have a very defensive army, to do a tactic like this. It's one I use all the time, especially when I'm playing dwarves, because dwarves are my favorite personally. It decimates, it just destroys, and it's so masterfully. So we just masterfully destroyed, and the most we took was, I mean, not even half strength on one unit. Hey, what's going on, Strat fans? It's Colonelstrat, the strategy extraordinaire here, and today I'm back with another tactics video for you. So today we're going to tackle the infamous checkerboard formation. So this formation is a bit tricky to set up, but once you get it set up like this with a whole bunch of extra archers, you can do a lot of damage and not take as much hits. Now, it confuses the AI when you have it checkerboarded like this, because they don't know which unit to go for. So even though your archers will eventually go into melee combat, it's good to have some that are decent melee combats, like these guys. They're decent melee combat, so they can hold their own when they get into melee combat, but the thing is, they'll also be getting covered by the others when this happens. So you could effectively do a doom stack of this formation and, you know, probably do better, but I always try to have a nice backline for them to fall back to when it does get, you know, kind of overwhelming. So like when they start to take a lot of damage, I'll send them back. And I do like to have some accents on the side to help them too. But either way, this is a very powerful formation, especially because of the raw damage output. You got to make sure that for this army in particular, there's one I'm going to show you that could probably be more powerful than this. But for this one in particular, you don't want skirmish on. You want guard mode on so they don't leave, and just have them take the brunt of the melee combat. Now I know what you're saying, Colonel. Why should I have my missile infantry be attacked by melee and get into melee combat? They're not good there. They're not as good as my melee infantry in the back. Well, what you should worry about is just if they break, but you don't have to worry because of the interlocking fields of fire, which I will show momentarily. All right, let's get on with the battle. All right. So we gotta watch. There's no fast units because the fast units can cause damage early on, and they'll try to go for the flanks. But you know, this is just a simple Beastman army, Beastman horde. They do have some like big units that will want to focus down with the archers, but once they get into range of the first line, they should start taking damage. And I will use some breath attacks as well on some of these stragglers out here. So that they don't try to flank us. I let them auto fire for a little bit, until the enemy gets right up on us. But then I will try to do some main fire. Let's slow down the Gorgon.
Destiny sends me.
That way we can get the other ones knocked out before that happens.
At once.
We are going to want to go here. Why are you...
As
No.
you say, maintaining order.
Stop.
Spearmen, for the king! To battle!
And for the ones up there, we do send
ancestors.
these guys up there as well.
It will be done.
Assyrians fire.
That way we can get them out of there
My power is
as
yours.
fast as
Cooling the
possible.
winds.
Because we want them to keep firing.
Orders. Attack. To battle. Yes.
Yeah, that's a problem.
To war.
These big monsters
Loyal.
can cause a problem. But they're usually
power
not that
is
much of a
yours.
problem.
Spearmen, for duty!
Awaiting orders.
We want to try to get the
Seeking
checkerboards
the
out
foe.
of melee
Spearmen.
range. It could be wise to also put the melee units first, so they run into the line and have the checkerboard fire behind them. You know, therefore sacrificing the melee line, but saving the checkerboard, you know? Which could be a wise thing to do. As well as, you know, supporting our troops with buffing spells and all that. But we've already done quite a bit of damage to them, even though we've taken quite a bit of damage ourselves
Ready!
because of the
Ready.
enemy forces. But now the
Battle
checkerboards are
awaits.
starting to come back.
Kill them.
We could focus on the
Very
big
well.
units.
Maintaining
Let's
order.
get this Gorgon
order.
down.
For order!
And let's
Orders.
get these guys out.
Going. It is done.
And get these guys
Battle
out too.
awaits.
Last breath attack.
Assur Archmage.
Alright, I think that Gorgon's
Orders.
done. Yep. Let's focus on the giant.
My power is yours.
See how we can now focus fire
Wielder
on
of
other
the
things
winds.
as well and really kill these big. We can use focus fire on these big monsters as well. So a little rocky there, but it still was a really good formation, and I think it will still result in a decisive because we killed both of their monsters as well. Alrighty, so now let's go on to the next to the next composition for you guys today. Alright, y'all knew this was coming. It's a Way Watcher Doomstack, pretty much. I don't like Doomstacks particularly, so I don't really use them as much, but the Way Watchers are almost an exception. So I have an army of 14 Way Watchers here, and then I have 4 Wildwood Rangers and the Sisters of Avalorn. Well, the Sisters of Twilight. So the only reason why I have these guys in the back is just for when they go back, because this is the one exception to the rule of using no skirmish. These guys can use skirmish because their speed is very abnormally big. They have 40 speed. For an infantry unit, that's really insane. Like, all of these beastmen have 38. The one that's closest to them is probably the Doom Bull at 64. All the rest of them are very slow, so they're not going to be able to reach them, and they're able to fire while they move. So when they get close enough, they'll just be able to, like, move away, you know? And that's why you can put them in Vanguard as well, so they can go up in front and face the enemy. They can hit all of them from the start as well, because you see we have them all within range. And then they can outrun them running back to the lines, and then I can have the Wildwood Rangers do their thing. So, with that said, let's get into the battle. So immediately they'll all start to open fire. You'll see.
It is destined.
and start dealing a lot of damage to enemies. And then when they start to move, they will break up the checkerboard formation, but they'll be able to move away. I think the only ones that can catch them are the Minotaurs. And if they do catch them, then we need to get out of there. That's the ones we gotta send in. The Wildwood Rangers too.
Death to all! For Karnos!
Children of Athelloren!
Yeah, those are the ones we gotta send.
Archers!
Fight as one!
Because the Way Watchers will keep running and firing.
Sisters of Twilight!
Let's do some damage.
Way Watchers! At pace!
Yeah, we're starting to take some hits. The
Dauntless
Way Watchers
Azrael!
are getting caught out in
Children
the
of
open.
Athelloren! Defenders
But now
of
we're able to
Athelloren!
really do some damage to them
Way
as well.
Watchers! We never miss!
Yep, see? Now we've got our
Wildwood
guys here.
Rangers!
But we're
Our
able
bows
to
are
do
yours.
a lot of damage to them. And you see, even though we're technically running from
Way
them,
Watchers!
we're still doing a lot of
Ready
damage
and
to them.
able! Children of Athelloren!
An insane amount, I have to say.
My bow hungers!
Yeah, we've done so much damage to them just by running away. Just by
Way
running away.
Watchers!
Let's force down those guys.
Decree! Bloody battle! Yes!
No, we need the Talon of Dawn.
For the
Oh,
eternal
we lost the Way
realms.
Watcher.
Targets!
Yeah, we did lose a little bit more guys.
Weapons loose! Warriors of Ariel! Our bows are
Are
yours!
we firing? Come on, man. We gotta be firing, come on.
The season of war!
Because most of our Way Watchers are
Way
back here being
Watchers!
chased. They gotta fire on these guys. They got to. Come on. We're leaving our guys, our melee guys, out there to be killed.
Pull back!
Yep. A couple Way Watchers have been killed, but
Archers ready!
let's get up there.
Release!
Let's start
Way
pummeling them.
Watchers!
Let's start it. We gotta kill the big guys.
By Karnos!
They're turning back because of routing infantry. Jesus.
End them!
That is one of the
Ready?
downsides. Oh, well, would you look at that? They're starting to rout anyway because of all the damage.
It will be done! For Karnos!
Like I said, a doom stack of these would probably be more effective, but it's the enemy fast units. If the enemy has units faster than you, they can get to the Way Watchers, but they still have insane speed. And they still did really well for even the amount of damage that we... Hello, once again, Strat fans. It's me, Colonelstrat. I'm back here today to show you another tactic. So this one is used by the vampire accounts. I call it Beloved Wind. Now, what it entails is, you see, we're using all these trash units, these skeleton warriors, you know, maybe pretty much skeleton warriors or zombies could work depending on your faction. I'm playing with Vlad right now because in a simulated battle he's probably best for the tactic, but I actually would argue that Gorst would be best in a campaign sometimes with his zombie buffs. But anywho, skeletons, warriors, or zombies could work for this. And what you want to do is just blob the enemy, and then you use Wind of Death to like wind them and kill them. And now this tactic isn't as powerful as it used to be. You have to win them a couple times to actually win the battle, and you will lose a couple vampire units. But because of how they play, it's not too bad of a loss because you can just recruit them anywhere on the map. So I usually keep a couple necromancers on corpse carts if I can for that extra healing buff to them while they're fighting. And then just to deal with the enemy range, I have some Felbats to disrupt them, because you want to disrupt their range as the vampires. So let's get into the battle.
Shall be done.
Alright, so I'll send Vlad out here with this force, and now when we're playing in a simulated battle, you don't have as much winds of magic either that you can spam wind of death. So like in an actual battle, if I were playing Gorst, I would have had so much winds of magic that I could just spam winds of death as soon as the enemy made contact with them, with my lines. So I'm using Vlad as a sponge here to kind of absorb, because his Karstein Ring ability is so awesome. And I'm pulling him back so he doesn't take damage from the spell, because it does damage your own units, so you have to make sure you aim it right. Alright, so we make sure we have the Necromancer up to boost the guys up, and then we just sustain the melee, and we do a Wind of Death, now we're blob, and then we win them. Does a hefty amount of damage, a nice chunk of damage, back and forth, and that already is helping us win the battle, the engagement. Send the Felbats over so that they can disrupt the enemy's archers and artillery, hopefully. Over here, this side is going to be a lot more of a slog because the bigger part of the forces is, but again, like I said, in a simulated battle, we don't have enough winds of magic to do a Wind of Death each. But normally, if you have two Necromancers, you'll have so much winds of magic because of their recharge ability that you'll just be able to spam it. And also, you know, you can spam more blobs like zombies, or if you're playing Gorst, you can even spawn Graveguard. So that is also very helpful. Of course, Vlad is a very good melee hero, so you want to get him into the thick of it. But you know, so we've already won this combat here. They've already pulled back, even though they are still attacking here. We're sending our Velbats to deal with them, even though they're being attacked by these guys in the rear. And then our guys here will be able to move forward and break the lines on this side. So we've already crumbled one side of the front because of that tactic, because using it a bit at first. It's really effective because Wind of Death is still pretty powerful, even though it's been nerfed recently. So it still does help when we push the balance of power into our favor as well. And now we're going to do another Wind of Death here finally, to do some damage here. Doesn't do as much damage as we had hoped, but it does do enough that it puts them into wavering, and it helps us, you know, break the line here and stabilize it a little bit, because their Lord is wreaking havoc on the line itself. Alright, now we're able to push back. The enemy countered our Felbats and got them. So we have to push back up here. And again, vampire units, most of them are very slow. Like these skeleton warriors, very slow. So you're going to want to like close the gap and maintain that gap closed, or else you're going to suffer. Alright, so we've lost. We're going to lose both of these Felbat units, but that's okay. They were expendable. And then Vlad's going to go after these swordsmen. This Necromancer can't be caught out. And we're just, it's basically, it's a big slog. Because again, you know, in normal battles, most likely on the campaign map, if you pick Gorst or you pick Kemmler, you're going to have a lot of magic power reserve that you're going to be able to spam this way more. It's just, in a simulated battle, Vlad works the best because he can, you know, he has access to it and he's a powerful fighter himself. So that's why I picked Vlad for a simulated battle. Even though I would normally pick Gorst or Kemmler. Probably Gorst because of his zombie buffs, and the zombies are cheaper, more cost effective, and they get more buffs than Kemmler buffs and his stuff. Right, so we basically crumbled this line over here. We're just waiting for another chance to use Wind of Death. See, we pop that recharge. That's what those things are. We're able to recharge more. And unless we pop another Wind of Death, yep, right here, it'll do some more damage. Not as much again, but it does damage to all of these ones. So that now, overall, the line here is more favored to us. and then we can send these guys over here to flank and end the battle. Again, because we have the Unholy Lodestone and we're Wind of Deathing, we're able to re-heal our casualties while killing the enemy's casualties. Killing more enemies. So we're able to heal because we're Unholy Lodestone, healing our troops up, even though they are taking damage, especially from the Lord. It's tricky when there's, when you don't have a lot of fast units and the enemy has ranged units. That's when it's tricky for this tactic. But if you bring a couple fast units or your Helmengorst, you're not going to worry about this in campaign because it's going to be working so much better. It is a great tactic though. It's really good to for the vampires, especially in the early game, because if you can get hands on Wind of Death early, like I could get it like turn 10 maybe as Vlad. You reach level 7 or 8 and you're able to get up through that skill tree, maybe even more. Then you're going to be able to do a lot of damage early on. Alright, so now we're going to, now that line's crippled over there, Vlad is dealing with the ranged over here while we're taking our skeletons, and I'm going to flank here. I believe I get one more Wind of Death in.
Behold the silver hammer!
One more Wind of Death in to help. You see how the lodestone here is keeping our undead alive, but they are still crumbling. They'll crumble without doing some Wind of Death. And there we go. It goes through there, and it does go through our guys a little bit, which does not help us, and in fact will cause one unit to die. But we still did a lot of damage to them, enough to like waver the rest of their army. And then with the reinforcements coming in, now they're finished. They're finished. Yep, now they're starting to run. Hello, how you doing, Strat fans? It's me, Colonelstrat, the strategy extraordinaire here, and today I'm going to show you one of my favorite tactics to use is the Skaven. It's the meat shield tactic. So the meat shield tactic is, as you've probably seen, you get some cheap infantry like Skaven slaves, and then you have the weapon teams like rattling guns, poison wind mortars, and some warplock Jezzails to pick off the enemies, while Skaven slaves have them like while Skaven slaves have them like bogged down. So like they're meant to just like shield. So they're not meant to actually hold or kill anything, but they're meant to shield from the enemy infantry so that we can kill them off and kill the enemy backline as well. In fact, I brought Ikit with me on his Doom Wheel, because usually I use him to go for the backline because he's really, really strong and powerful. And I also have a chieftain with me. And of course I have all my weapon teams. So without further ado, let's get into this tactic and I'll show you how it works. So basically the gist of this tactic is just to rush like your Skaven slaves up here and like just take as many of the enemy as possible. Now I think I just like sacrificed this bone breaker here because I think he takes a whole lot of fire and just dies before he can reach the line. But yeah, he dies really fast. But it's alright. Because we still achieve the tactic even though we lose the bone breaker pretty easily. So the Skaven slaves, they go here, they mop up they occupy the melee line so that they don't get to the back line, and then the back line here, they shoot the enemy back line first, taking them out of the play, and then not worrying about the Skaven slaves, because again, they don't matter. We're just going to do as much damage to the enemy as possible. Oh yeah, see, we lost our bone breaker there. Our rattling guns here are able to do a whole lot of damage to the enemy forces. We do lose this front over here, but it doesn't matter because we've done the damage. Ikit is messing up the enemy backline here, and like this enemy front line is just collapsing under our fire. The Jezzails are used to snipe big units, while the mortars and the Ratling guns are used to kill like the main army. So you see, we lost most of our Skaven slaves on one side, but they will come back. They rally forth, but they've done their job already, as you know, the enemy front line is decimated, and we've decimated a lot of the enemy lines. We do take a little bit of fire, but the enemy doesn't reach us. We kill the Lord, because the Ratling guns just do that much damage, and then we're able to catch these guys in the open, do a lot of damage to them with the poison wind mortars, and effectively force them to retreat as well. And then, you know, over here they're still doing God's work. So, and you know, we're just about to mop up the enemy forces. And as you see, the enemy forces are retreating. Our Skaven slaves have rallied, and they're coming back into the fight just to secure it up. And we've just about mopped them up. So yeah, there we go. And here we are with some storm vermin. So the biggest difference you'll see between the two, because we're facing the same army, but now we have some storm vermin, and these guys can hold better. They have better leadership, they have better armor and all that, so they're going to be able to hold better. And I don't think they don't retreat. So that's the whole difference between that one and this one. We still do take a little bit of damage with the Bonebreaker, but I'm able to keep them in the fight this time. And again, we're just, you know, as soon as the lines clash, we start going at it. But again, with the missile troops, they're going to go for our backline here. So we got to make sure we attack the backline first. And if you don't micromanage it a little bit, you'll start to see some bad stuff. So like you see how I didn't micromanage this, and this one right here got completely decimated because I didn't do that. But as soon as I start micromanaging it and have them shoot the back line while my guys hold the front, we're able to decimate the back line. And we've already pretty much wiped the front line as well. So like the line doesn't break in this one with Storm Vermin, which already makes them a better contemporary to the Skaven slaves. But the cost is what does it for you. So like you see here, we're able to like hold while we decimate their backline with our superior range. So right there, the fact that they held and we didn't have to, like, our skirmish mode wasn't activated, is already makes them far better than Skaven slaves. But it's just the price. Like if you want to rock 8 things of Storm Vermin, then yeah, that's fine. Or you could do 6 as well. It could work with a lot of things. But you know, you gotta realize that they're going to be very, very costly compared to Skaven slaves, which is why you would use Skaven slaves in the first place. Because they still do the same job. They do. But like the meat shield doesn't have to be uber powerful, so you don't need something like this. But again, they will hold better. So in the late game, I usually do that because I usually upgrade to them because they hold better and they're just all around better units. So as you see, we pretty much routed them the same amount of time. So again, they did hold better, but I mean, they didn't force us to get it to kill them faster, because again, we still have the same good units back here. But we were able to hold, and as you saw, they didn't break through. So that's the biggest draw to Storm Vermin over the Skaven slaves. So with that, Strat fans, I'm glad that you guys stuck around for this tactic, and it's a very effective Skaven tactic, and it can be used with the Chaos Dwarves as well. But the Chaos Dwarves have more artillery than weapon teams. But either way, it's a really good tactic, and you just make sure you have a good meat shield unit, whether it be Skaven slaves, Orc laborers, or Storm Vermin later on. You want to make sure that you have a decent front line that can block and blob the enemy, keep them from getting to your back line, and have the back line shoot over them. When they're on a hill, that's even better, because if you're on a hill, then you're able to fire right through. But if not, then you'll have to circle around and fire in the backs. But I think they did edit it to where you can, fire right through. Hey there, Strat fans. It's me, Colonelstrat, the strategy extraordinaire here. And today, I'm going to be showing you a very peculiar strat that I use for a lot of monster-heavy factions. So, this is called the Monster Soak strat. So this is kind of a mid-tier strat that I don't really use that much because it's kind of hard to predict when is the right time. But I will show you both instances. Two instances where one is very favorable and one is very not favorable for the strat. But it is still very effective in both circumstances with the monsters. They do their part, but there's a cheese with the one we're showing here. So as you can see, we have a small lizardman force here concerning of a carnosaur, some temple guard, and a slam mage priest up against a more numerous Skaven force. So the reason why the balance of power is up here is because our troops are better, but we're not going to be using these guys if we don't have to. All on the carnosaur. So if we resume, see, I'm going to have, it's just the mage priest, and he's a lore of life. The lore of life I found is probably the best lore to do this strat on, because what you want to do is you'll charge in your big melee monster into the enemy melee line and hope that you can secure enough of them to stay there with you. See, we were able to pull in all but 2 of these Skaven clan rats. So the majority of the force is now situated with him. So now we have our Slam Mage Priest. He's casting spells. He casted Flesh to Stone, which increases his physical resist. And that means that he can literally soak up all the damage that these guys are doing around, while dealing a lot of damage to them. So, as you can see, he's going to want to splash. He's not taking any hits at all because he's got this, and then he's also got the barrier that the Slam Mage Priest is doing. Now, they did circle around and attack us with their troops, but that's why the Temple Guard are there, just to guard the Slam Mage Priest. But as you can see, he's able to literally just soak up the enemy forces and not take any damage. He's taking damage now, but once we start casting spells on him again, this is a very effective strat to just like whenever you're against a melee force, the enemy AI tends to blob, and the blobbing makes it to where it really does prioritize your monster, because the monster is able to move in the blob, whereas the infantry soldiers are not all able to hit. So it makes them more susceptible to the counter spells while they are blob. And also, this strat is a very effective one for maintaining the blobs. So like if you want to do some big old vortex spells here, you can do that as well. As long as you keep your Carnosaur topped up, or whatever monster you have here doing the blob. As long as you keep them topped up, they'll continue to blob the enemy and just wear them down and tank all the damage. So any damage that they are doing to him, he's able to tank it all. Now, with later game units, it can be a little difficult. He might actually take some damage against Storm Vermin with halberds and other bonus versus large guys, but you could still outdo it by the Flesh to Stone, because that's a 66% buff to his physical resist. So he's literally not taking any damage because of that. And then, that right here, the Shield of the Old Ones, gives him 20% damage resistance flat. So that means flat off the board, all damages, all resistances are buffed by 20 for 20 seconds. So, and then, he's able, the Slam Mage Priest is able to spam spells into the blob, causing morale issues and damage and all that. So It is very effective against infantry formations, as you see, because they tend to blob, and that is the most effective way to do it, because when they blob, they don't all slap on the monster unit, while the monster unit can do a lot of damage, splash damage, mostly to the enemy infantry. But you'll see this isn't as effective against, say, missile troops. But you know, that'll be the next one. Yeah, see, he's able to just slap his tail around. He's not taking that many hits because he's, you know, not all of them are able to swing at him, and those that do are able to heal up. So as long as you like refocus so many spells on this guy, Flesh to Stone, the regrowth, and I think Laurel Life is the best strat to do, spell lore to do this strat on, just because of how much you can overheal, and the Flesh to Stone is very effective with it too, especially when you're going up against like physical enemies like mortals. Demons with magical attack, you may have a problem with that, but you can get the Shield of Thorns, which does the damage reflection to the enemy, which that's okay. But I also, the Shield of the Old Ones, Supreme Shield of the Old Ones, is a very good one as well. So a Slam Mage Priest already has that ace in the hole as well, and he's able to just see, he's done over 100 kills, 7,000 damage, whereas they've done very little damage to him because his resistances. See, he's got that Flesh to Stone right now, 66% of non-magical attacks. So he's a powerhouse right now. And then we're able to do Awakening the Wood, and that will finally break them. So as you can see, it's very effective against an infantry formation, but a lot less so versus a missile formation. So let's go on and show you what it's like against a missile formation. Alright, and for this one, it's going to be a little bit more close, even though we do have pretty much the same units. I did add a Skink Oracle to help supplement with the, you know, because he's got all of these spells like Earthblood, Harmonic Conveyance, the Flock of Doom, Wind Blast, Wild Form. You know, he's got buffing spells that could help the Carnosaur, but with one monster, it's a lot more difficult against missile units, and you're going to see why, Strat fans, as we get into it. So it starts off normally, but this time we're going to want to keep our infantry forces up with the monster, because the monsters are going to become big targets against these gutter runners. And because the gutter runners have 49 speed, they're going to be able to get a good amount of chase before the enemy, before we reach them. So again, we have Flesh to Stone, so that's a good one. We always want to try to cast it as you're going there. But you see, the Skink Oracle is always taking fire, you know, so I'm charging him in, and we just have to charge everyone in, or else we'll take fire from all over, you know. And then we cast the shield. We get the gutter runners. We get them man down. But you see, when you catch the enemy missile units, they're a lot easier to kill in the melee. But if they break the melee, which their AI will do, they'll just start peppering you, and you'll start taking damage from missile fire, which does not. I mean, the physical resist does buff that up, but they'll be able to. That's what they're going to skirmish, so they're going to run from you, meaning they won't blob. So it's going to be a lot harder, a lot longer, and a lot more tedious and time-consuming to kill them all. Even though they have a tendency to stop where they are and fire at you, well, it still isn't good for you, because you're still going to get peppered and attacked with their ranged weapons. Even though we still win this one, we still take a good amount of damage. Both the Carnosaur and the Skink Oracle still take a amount of damage. because again, you can only blob so many units at one time because the units are skirmishing and they want to fire, so they will break the combat. And if you have one monster like a Carnosaur, you're not going to be able to blob all of them because they're not going to be blobbing towards you. So, you know, you hit one and the other two behind on the other side, they're going to start firing at you. So, you know, that's why it's less effective against missile units, because you're not able to just soak the damage because, you know, they have, because they're missiles, and they're able to actually fire at you. Whereas when they're blobbing in melee infantry combat, only so many entities are able to swing at you at a time, whereas all the entities in a missile unit are able to fire at you, resulting in more damage dealt. You see what I mean? You see, like, we're able to catch this unit, but that unit there that routed, it might come back, and then that unit there, that route might come back as well. So, and then if this unit breaks, it'll start firing. It's gonna, you see, it skirmished away and then started firing at our temple guard. So, and then you see that one right there, it's coming back and it's going to start firing instead of charging in. So that's going to cause problems because we have to micromanage a lot. But if you micromanage it just fine and you have enough monsters, like if you have a monster for each enemy missile unit, then you'll see it very effective. But you have to micromanage it just right, because if you don't get it just right and one of them is able to get a volley off, if they get too many volleys off, that could spell destruction for your plan. So you got to make sure, if you use this strat against missile troops, that you make sure you have the right the right micromanage. Alright, Strat fans, welcome back. It's Colonelstrat, the strategy extraordinaire here. So for today, I'm going to show you a little cheeky of a strat that I like to use with both vampire accounts and the Warriors of Chaos here. So it involves using these Chaos War Shrines, specifically the Chaos War Shrines of Nurgle here, that give a heal, and you can effectively out heal enemies if you have enough of these, as well as, you know, because they have these giver of abundant glory, and this one helps with leadership, but the bringer of abundant glory is great because it goes up to 0.10% heal, and that's per one, so it stacks. So that's why I like these ones, and then I'll show you the vampire one in a little bit as well. So this is just a stage battle. I'm going to show you what we do. I'll move up this hill. I've shown Warriors of Nurgle with this as well because they have the less amount of damage, and they do have poison attacks. Even though it could work with any of them, that's why I love Warriors of Chaos Undivided ones, because you can have these War Shrines, which are really, really good, because you could just out heal everybody. And if you have enough of them, you can stack those heals to make them overpowered. I'm going to do a little bit of Flaming Head here to do a little damage. A little Searing Doom to do some damage as well. Now these are tier 3 units, so we should be at a disadvantage. But hopefully because of our our units, will be good.
Rage and fury! Eviscerate them! Time to despoil! Futility for all!
Alright.
Archaon! I am first in the arcane! Ravage them!
So you see we're able to heal up the damage. It's not as good as before, but the more kills we get, the more heals this does.
We love the sick!
So far, it's at 11% intensity. So the more kills we get, the more the heals affect. So we're able to outlast them.
Archaon!
And effectively turn this battle that normally would have been costly for us into something less costly. We're still taking casualties. Casualties are going to happen because all you got to do is just sit there. It's not like the one for Khorne that makes him more powerful. So like combining this with other Chaos Shrines as well to be good, but you only have so many slots in your army. You could theoretically make a Doom stack with a bunch of these Chaos Shrines, some Khorne ones, and some Tzeentch ones. Even though the Tzeentch and Slaanesh ones don't buff as good, the Slaanesh ones give you physical resist, which is good, but it's not as good as these ones or the Khorne ones. And already we're seeing that one fall. They are taking a little bit of casualties here, even though we are healing up. Yeah, up to 4% heals per second. So we are outlasting them. And Archaon's magic does help out. So it does stack, I believe. Yeah, because both of these are not the same intensity, so together it's 5%. It's still not enough to save them from losing a lot of guys, because they have so many enemy units focused on one, but the rest of the line is holding pretty well and actually routing them. So we're able to flank and help out the other guys.
We are the plague! Serve the plague, Father!
And one of them hasn't taken any casualties. And that's the thing.
Throes of decay!
Yeah, now we're able to really overwhelm them now. Basically, what we just did was outlast them so much, so that like this one's literally, as soon as it takes damage, it goes right back up. Even though it's not the greatest.
The winds are also mine to command.
And then you can help with giving buffs to units. And I'm going to do some more offensive magic because we already have enough buffs to the units. Still only half, and we killed so many. Yeah, we've killed so many of them, and we've only lost about 100. So it really does work the more that you have because it stacks.
Throes of decay.
See, the intensity is at 50% now with this one. So the more intense it gets, the better. The more kills you get, the better it gets as well. So effectively, we've only lost one unit suffered about half, but we only took about half casualties, and we beat a force that numbered greater than us by at least double. So you see what I mean? You see what I'm getting at? So these Chaos Force Heads are pretty good. So now let's show you guys the Vampire account equivalent. Alright, and here we are with the Vampire Counts version. So, for the Vampire Counts, the Mortis engine is their Chaos War Shrine. So, the Mortis engine have some combat ability as well compared to the Chaos War Shrines, and they also up on top of healing, they also up the magic, which just plays into the Vampire Count strengths. As I showed you in my Vampire Counts guide. They are one of the best units to have later on for the Vampire Count. So, what you want to do again, just like we did in the last one, is keep these Mortis engines as close to the front lines as possible, but don't get them into the fight as much, because they do take a lot of damage, even though they can dish out quite a bit. So, we're going up against the same type of force as we did last time. Let's move up.
With haste! Now!
And then of course we have Helmut Gorst on his corpse cart, which, increases his stuff, and he gets some more grave guards he could summon. So the Vampire Counts benefit from this strat a lot more. Even though they do have a weakness to fire with this strat, they benefit a whole lot. So yeah, you see the charges up here.
The dead are mine. Now! With haste! With haste!
Alright.
Mortis engine! be.
We are dead.
And then we'll summon some more Graveguard out of the depths.
Swiftly.
Nope, we want them over here.
Mortis engine. With haste. It is time. Now, serve my will.
Yeah, they're going around back to try to flank us, so we gotta catch them. Come on, move. God, they're not moving. There's another moving. Yeah, see, they have the demoralizing, but we do have the binding.
Undead.
And we have the Wind of Death as well, which really helps. Where's that one at? That one's right there. Let's help him out. Wind of Death on those guys.
Mortis engine. All will wither. Mortis engine.
Let's get the Mortis engines in there. Dealing some death as well.
Rise.
There we go. We've done a lot of damage to them. Mortis engines are helping out. Because they have a lot more combat ability they can deal with helping out.
The night is ours. Elman Ghost.
Of course, we can bring in reinforcements too. I think I'll bring in some more reinforcements. Even though they are summoned, they will start, deteriorating after a while because they're summoned.
I lust for battle.
All right, let's do another Wind of Death. These guys. Just protect my butt. Touch them off guard.
The gods have abandoned us!
You want to always keep your corpse or your Mortis engines close to it.
The power is mine.
Thing is, Gorst can also heal as an independent heal too, like all necromancers. That heals up all units as well, so he also has an extra heal on top of it, which makes him even more overpowered.
They will come when I call.
And as you see, we're outlasting them. We've barely taken any damage.
Elman Ghost.
And we've already got like so many wind spells ready. Another Wind of Death for them. And there we go. That's the army losses. And we've outlasted them. Barely even took a scratch on our units. So it's a lot more effective with Mortis engines because they are a better healing unit, even though both of them can be pretty good. Hey Strat fans, it's Colonelstrat, the Strategy Extraordinaire here. And today I got a little bit of a weird one for you. So I call this tactic Chariot Fever. So what you're going to need for this is just some decent chariots like Tomb Kings or Slanesh. I'll also show you the Slaneshi one later. It's just I'm going to show you how to micromanage these chariots correctly. So chariots can be very powerful if you use the right faction, but if you don't know how to use them, then they could be a big problem, meaning that you'll just have a really expensive unit that dies really easily. So I'm going to show you how to micromanage them to really dish out and destroy this orc army right here. So first off, we're going to pause. Normally I don't like doing the pause feature because it destroys the whole immersion of the battle, but We're going to pause and form a line here. And then these chariots are going to sink around here, and these chariots are going to sink around here. Cetra's going to stay in the back, and he's just going to kind of like blow through. And we want to make sure that the chariots are moving with, because we want to be able to move them through. So you lock onto a target with a chariot, and then you make sure that they go through. Now Cetra, he's a really special chariot. He's got that boom and all of that. Now once the chariots make contact, you want to keep moving them through. You don't want them to stay in the combat for too long. You want them to keep moving. Cetra again is a exception to this because he's got all those abilities, but you don't want to keep them in there. You want to keep them moving, and then you want to circle back. See, these ones out here are out, so they're able to circle back and collide again. Thus doing a lot of damage and not keeping out. See, that one stayed a little too longer, that one stayed a little longer, so you want to keep managing them to get them away. But once they start routing, then you're good. You're good to send them for the routing units. And they'll just cut them up. See, that's not good. You gotta keep them out of that melee combat. You want the melee units to keep in the melee combat. You don't want the chariots. Again, hero chariots can be different because they actually can withstand being in there. But other chariots have to keep cycling through. And see, we've already tipped the scales incredibly in our favor because of our chariots. And, you know, Cetra has this little boom spell he has.
Legions, forward!
But once you hit through, you want to try to cycle them right through. Either cycle them through or turn them around. Chariots are really fast, so they're going to be able to catch units easily as well. But you're going to want to try to keep them out of the fight. You see, like, they barely took any casualties, and that's good. You want that. And now it's down to just the war boss because we've done so good at micromanaging the chariots here. See, so many guys just forget about the chariots once they get them to smash into the lines. They forget about them and they slow down. That's not what you want. You want them to keep on going, keep going. You know, you want to keep, because they can do that. They have the mass to go through infantry formations, and you want to keep them moving, and they'll do more damage. You keep them moving, they do a lot of damage. They kill things quickly. Attack orders are really bad for chariots, as you've seen. But we did really well there. We only took a little bit of casualties because our chariots were able to do most of the killing. So now I'm going to show you the Slaanesh version, which I think is even better because Slaanesh's chariots are really overpowered. Alright, so here we are with our Slaanesh one. So you already can see that the Slaanesh Exalted Secret chariots have the added bonus of being a single entity. Now, single entities make them easier to go through, to plow through targets, so they're able to just like really churn them out. The Hellflayers are still pretty good, even though they're not a single entity, they're a 12 entity. But the single entity ones I see, the Exalted Secret chariots, they're just really, really good because they're able to just plow through infantry formations like butter. So again, we're going to do the same tactic as we did before. We're going to start, we're going to have the melee line engage. The front line. We're going to send the chariots on either side. We're gonna start.
Fight, knowing that every scream is music to the ears of our perfect god. Bringing agony.
The chariots are probably gonna reach there before us,
Of Slanesh.
which is okay.
Joyous degradation.
Decadence and subjugation.
Yeah, and we're gonna have to like micromanage them a lot.
The herald goes. A captivating time.
Exalted demonets of
Keep them moving so they don't take damage.
the dance of beautiful.
See, they're taking damage there.
Grace.
Seekers.
Okay, keep them moving, keep them moving.
Slaneshing herald.
That's a problem. Let's do some magic to get them off. Yeah, get them off here.
Avatar of torment. A tempting destination. On lithiest leg.
Endless suffering.
A flurry of talents.
Exalted demonets of Slanesh.
The purple
There we go.
herald. Seekers.
Demonet of Slanesh.
And as you already see,
Torches.
we're doing a lot of damage to them.
Exalted.
Even though they do take some time to really, you know,
Seekers.
get it good.
Divine.
Yeah, we're doing really good now.
Warriors of Slanesh! All will suffer!
Seekers of Slanesh.
Again, those ones that are routing, even better because we're able to just constantly cause like so much. Let's see. There he goes.
Seekers of Slanesh.
Those routing ones are even better because we're able to just do so much damage to them and keep on moving. Because it's a single entity unit, it's able to keep most of its health and you can heal it better. It really is one of the best tactics to use for Slanesh.
Seekers of Slanesh.
Alright, let's move these guys into the war boss.
Exalted demonets of Slanesh.
See, as these guys, we just completely destroyed them. They ain't coming back from this. Because again, like we're just, you know, you have to micromanage them a lot. It's tedious, but having a lot of chariots for Slanesh really does make it really easy. And you gotta pray that the AI will be good with you because chariots have their Achilles heel of if they stay in combat for too long, and Slanesh's chariots also are very much a glass cannon because if they stay in combat too long, they're definitely going to what's the word I'm looking for? They're definitely going to take a lot of hits. So that's the downside to chariots. And Slanesh's single entity chariots because if they stay in combat too long, they're definitely going to take enough casualties. Alrighty, and with that, we lost even fewer guys with Slanesh, and we only took the biggest damage we took was our hero because he got stuck in there. But still, all chariots are up, and we decimated their forces. So that was Chariot Fever. So I hope I taught you guys a good strat today, because again, like, the best way to make the utilized chariots is to not just shove them in, because I see so many people just shove them in as cavalry, but that's not good. They can't be used as cavalry, or they'll like rotate them and bring them out. No, chariots can go right through and cause a whole lot of damage, but they have to charge right through. If you charge them into monstrous infantry, you're gonna have a harder time. But if it's just blobs of infantry, that's where they excel. Like here, blobs of infantry, they destroy things. Hello once again, Strat fans, and it's me, Colonelstrat, back again with another tactic video for you today. So today we're going to be exploring one of my first Cathay tactics. So all my Cathayan tactics have to do with this button right here, this harmony. So the harmony button right here is really good, because if this button's here, that means that they're going to be getting a buff depending on what harmony they have. So right now their intensity is 200%, so they're getting a buff of 12% more speed, plus 24 reload skill, and plus 12 leadership for the archers. And for the Dragon Guard here, their harmony is Yang, so they get 12 melee defense, 8 melee attack, and 12 leadership. That's when the battle starts, so it's a really good buff to have. On top, they're just really good units too. I call this formation here the Striking Turtle. So the basis of it is to cover your archers with melee units that will be able to buff them, and the archers will buff the melee units as well. Working on a synergy. So you want really tight formations like this with Cathay. It's very good in an open field, like this one here, and we're going to be facing a Zinchian army of like fast attack troops. And it's really good to deter cavalry as well, because you're able to fire on every angle that the enemy could come at you. And on top of that, you got really good bonus versus large infantry here as well that could deal heavy damage to that cavalry. So let's see it in action. Alright, so now that the buff is triggered,
Today we face
leadership is
evil.
100.
Today, as on all days, we shall smite it!
Alright, Mao Ying. Yeah, she likes to talk. But you see right here now with the harmony buff, we have 62 melee defense, 48 melee attack, and 102 defense. And then the archers have 41 missile attack, armor piercing. So it's really, really good to deal with the enemy. So the enemy's going to charge in here. I gave them all infantry this time, but it can work really well with Cav as well, because the Cav doesn't know where to go in. So they'll try to flank for a weak spot, which might be one of these long stretched out lines. But the thing is, they're all within synergy. They all have that synergy with them because of this little ring right here, that white ring when I hover them. So they're all harmonizing everyone else. So this is one of the many defensive formations. I like to call them like static formations that will just... they'll be able to like weather down any enemy because they're that good. Alright, so now the enemy's getting in range. We're going to be able to pelt them with our archers.
Fight as if one!
And that's the thing, we can always adjust where the archers are to pelt them more. You're going to want to pelt those pink horrors first.
The Celestial Faithful!
Yep, I knew that was happening.
The Shaper of Steel!
Glory!
The winds blow for our foes!
Do some magic on these guys. Ying, go in.
Behold the Tempest!
Hunter's dark forces!
Yeah, they're using Zinchian magic to try
Raise the dragons! Dragon crossbows!
Beware the Celestial Faithful!
Yeah, you see how effective this is? We barely lost anybody. Let's go to our dragon form here. That's one thing I love about the fan generator. You just change immediately.
Stone and steel.
See that? Alright, and like I said, they just fall upon the walls of the turtle. It is very good. It's a very good tactic, and they're able to clump up. You know, this happens with cavalry too. Cavalry also clump up. So, alright, Mal Ying, let's go take them out. Yeah, let's get them. Alright. And now, because the archers are able to fire, they're able to do supporting fire. We've only lost a few guys in each one. Let's buff up these guys with some melee attack. Yeah. So this is a decisive victory because of this tactic. We've been able to buff up our troops insanely. With over 100 leadership, they're going to be able to hold for anything, even if they take a lot of casualties. Thing is, these were Chaos Warriors, but even Chosen would have a hard time breaking this defense.
For the defense!
And yeah, this so that's basically the turtle tactic there. Can be used in a lot of situations. The only situation it doesn't work so good is when the enemy has flying units. Like if Zinch brought flying units, it would have been a problem. But because he didn't, then it's easy. It's very effective. It's similar to the Dwarven shield wall tactic, but kind of like mobile, because you can if you select, I believe it's shift. No, it's not shift. There's an alt. Yeah, it's alt. If you select an alt, you can move this formation anywhere, so it's mobile. So they'll move all together, and they'll stay within the formation here. So they'll stay relatively safe until they get in formation, especially if they're all around the same speed. So it's a mobile formation, so you can change it, and then the other bonus is, of course, the harmony buffs up all the units, and you can maximize it with like some of the Cathay balloons. That really helps a lot as well, because they have a lot of range. They're kind of like floating artillery pieces. And then you know, if Cathay brings artillery, you can maybe fit some artillery in it. You would need at least 8 of these of any infantry. Celestial Dragon Guard just happen to be the best because they are a tier 3 unit. But Jade Swordsmen, Jade Halberdmen are still pretty good, and Jade Crossbowmen are really good. This tactic can work on any level. It's just it maximizes once you reach tier 3, because these have the best synergies, and they always will have the best synergies.
Stone and steel.
So the intensity is 125 here.
Stone and steel.
It's 125. It depends on how many are crisscrossing. That's the intensity.
Dragon Guard! The Celestial Faithful!
So the intensity all over is 125 now, because it's not interacting with that many. But you could always increase the intensity by adding more crossbowmen. You want to get up to 200% so that you can get the biggest buff out of this that you can. Alright, so that's basically that's the whole gist of this tactic. I intend to cover more Cathayan tactics in the future because, like I said, them and the dwarves have a lot of defensive tactics that you can explore. So this one right here is very effective. Just to recap, very effective on a flat plane like this. Less effective when you have like a structure preventing. Then you would just do a straight line between connecting the two structures, like I did in my shield wall. Hey Strat fans, what's going on? It's Colonelstrat, the strategy extraordinaire here, and today, excuse me, I'm going to be showing you a rather simple tactic. I wouldn't even really call it a tactic more than a strategy, like a way to compromise your armoring. because there isn't really much strategy involved in the tactic, but what you want to do is like, so let's take the orcs here. If you noticed, I have pretty much all melee units. Now what is this going to do? So this is going to generate wall points. So this tactic, all it involves around is using this game mechanic and cheesing it out, the wall mechanic. So you just have to keep people in melee constantly. As long as you have your guys in melee, you'll be able to pop this over and over and over again and just do so much damage that you'll be able to overwhelm any enemy. Now it works better with different WAs. Like if I was playing on a regular like campaign, I'd have Grimgor's Wah or Grom's Wah. I actually think Grom's Wah is the best for this tactic because his Wah heals his people by an insane amount of healing. So he can take like very cheap units like Gobos and just overheal them to out heal anything that's done to him. So I really do enjoy that, but for the purposes of the tactic, I'm going to do it in a skirmish so you can see that it can be effective no matter what commander you have. So let's get right into it, and we're just going to charge straight in. Charge straight in. Let's pause real quick so we can all get a nice juicy target to take. Alright, Grimgor, you go right for the leader. Now, the way it works is they have to be engaged in melee. So every unit has to be engaged in some sort of melee to contribute to the wall points. So the enemy will try to get their skirmish units around. That's why you need to bring some fast cav to get around that. And then I do have a couple rock golems that are gonna try to they're gonna try to be throwing things, and I might let them throw a few things like a few rocks, but I'm probably gonna want to get them into melee as well. Let's have them throw a few rocks. Oh, that's the only one that throws rocks. Okay, so that's perfect. That's perfect. The more melee we have, the better. Alright, let's unpause and go into this melee. And we're just going to charge straight forward. Now this is the big one. He's going to throw rocks a little bit. Get some kills with that. But I am going to send him in after a couple rocks. Alright. Let's go around. Cut off these reinforcements. Where's Grimgor going? Come on, Grimgor, let's go.
Let's do this.
Yeah, we're starting to generate those wall points now. Alright. Now once these Boii biggins go in, we'll generate a whole lot of wall points too. Now it counts for entities in melee, so now I have to send my golem in. And that means I have to catch the enemy crossbows and put them in melee too. That way I can get more melee on them. Not just to protect my line, but also to get them in melee to get more wall points. Alright. And here we go. And we're going to get our first wall pop. And that didn't take long at all. It only took a minute to pop it. And there we go. First wall popped. Now this can go on over and over again because it only takes a few seconds to recharge. It only lasts a few seconds. But again, the more that we keep in melee, the better it is. And like going all around and just continuing to smash them up in melee. Look, we're already up there again, getting close to it. Keep them in melee. Come on, let's keep it going. The more entities there is, the better. Yeah, and then we have it doubles every time you cast it. So there is a way that they did patch it to where it's not cheesable anymore. But again, if you keep your melee your entities charged into combat, melee combat, it'll still count. Like these guys right here that are routing, they're still in melee combat, so it's counting. it's counting to help towards here. As long as you keep them in melee combat, it counts.
Come, boys. This is it.
So that's why it's great to have cavalry to charge at them. That way you can keep that cav in melee combat and fast-moving monster units. That way you can keep the walls coming. Usually, when I use this tactic, I get a wall. The only time I have to use it multiple times is when it's up against a very, very dangerous enemy. This one was a pretty simple one, even though they did have some tier 3 units as well as us. Like if we're going up against a dwarven army, which I'll show you, we'll be able to trigger a lot more walls. It'll take a lot longer because we'll have to fight a lot more because the dwarves are very heavily armored. But bringing black orcs, best unit you could bring, no matter what you're playing. It is the best unit overall. And look, we're already almost to get the second wall, even though we've pretty much won the battle. Due to the flagellants, we still haven't won it completely. But yeah, so just melee overload, you get a whole bunch of wall points, and I will show you up against a dwarven army as well, just so I can show you the power of multiple walls during one battle. Even though you will take more losses because it doesn't, this one won't heal you, Grom's will. That's why I say Grom's is the best, because it buffs your damage and it gives you a heal. So it really is the best one. Alrighty, so we only had one wall pop off for that one because it was a simple army. Let's go into a battle with a dwarf army. This is a perfect counter to a lot of dwarven tactics or any heavily defensive tactics, because you're just able to keep pushing. If you get in there, you gotta play very aggressive to get this, and that's the whole key to this tactic. Alright, and so here we have up against a dwarven army, so it will be a more tougher challenge. We did bring the same army, because I do believe that it'll still be able to take them out, but we're going up against slayers and some longbeards, a decent tier 2, tier 3 force that will have, most of these units will be around at this time when we get access to these units. So it's a pretty typical fight against the dwarves, but I'm going to show you just how powerful this can be when you maximize it to its full effect. So without further ado, let's get into it, and we'll pause again. Even though I know I don't like using the pause feature if I don't have to. Let's issue orders. Alright. Alright, we're going to send them over there and them over there. We'll have this attacking into the grudge throwers, and this is going to go towards those grudge throwers. And I'll send Grimgor right for their enemy captain. Alright, let's get going. No, go that way. And we're going to take some fire from the grudge throwers and all that, but hopefully we can do some damage to their artillery and then smash through them as well. Our goal is to just get everybody in melee. Even if we have to take some shots from, the enemy archers and all that, if we can get everyone into melee, it'll be worth it, and we'll be able to overpower them and keep our casualties at minimum. Alright. Let's get going. Alright. Now we're getting into their melee. Come on, get in there. Get your ass up there. Alright, now we're already starting to rack it up, but we gotta be careful because we've already lost some trolls. What's this? Oh, it's a hex. Let's do it on home. Do the shard armor as well. That'll do some damage. Now it's not, contrary to popular belief, it is not because of armor or like damage, physical damage, that causes the wall effect. It is purely based on entities in melee combat. So the more entities you have in melee combat, the more damage you're going to do. That's why I'm not using the effect on this rogue idol as much, because it doesn't benefit the strategy. All right, we're about to pop it, and that's only been 2 minutes in because we had to walk around to them. So now we popped it. So we're gonna do a little bit more damage. Everyone's in melee except for a few. Get them in melee. Get them in melee. The more melee you have, you want to keep them in melee. So that's the thing. You just keep them in melee. Even if it's not against a target that's really good for them, if you keep them in melee, you're just going to get more and more points. So we're already up a quarter of the way. Yeah, there we go. Now we're already halfway there. We're going to be able to pop another one this match. And we're already doing better. Yeah, even if it makes no sense, you just charge them as much as you can. Because you want to get that as many buffs as you can. And that's the thing. This is very micromanaged like tactic, but it works.
Oh boy, Biggins! Let's go!
Come on, get in there. Get in there.
This ain't proper fighting!
There we go, we're about to get another one. It's just because we're keeping them in melee.
Time for slaughtering!
There we go. And then pop our second one. And now we're starting to turn the tide. Yep, because we popped the second one. We're turning the tide now.
Black Oaks Road! What you want? Black Oaks Road! Let's go!
Yeah, you don't want to keep them idle at all. Even if you have to charge them right through units, that can work as well, to your advantage.
Show us the enemy! Oh boy, Biggins! Smash him!
Alright. That probably is enough to win the battle for us. But we're going to keep charging all of them in. Because, you know, it doubles it every time. So the more times we do it, the more it's going to take to get advanced. But by the time that we've done this, we've already pretty much won the battle. The enemy's pretty much beaten. And you see the power of this tactic with just how much we're able to overwhelm the enemy defenses. It's literally just one guy left, and that's the Slayer, I believe. Yep. That Slayer's dead, then we're good. But it does create clumps, so be careful when attacking. So You know, like me, I was a little reckless, but I did it for a reason. I did it so that I could generate as much wall as possible, and it does work pretty well. But depending on the armor that you have, you could get 1, 2, maybe even 3 walls out if you do it very well. Somehow he's not getting hit at all. He's not getting hit at all, man, that somehow. Where's his unit cap at? There we go, that warp shot armor dealt with him. Hey, how's it going, Strat fans? It's me, Colonelstrat, the strategy extraordinaire here, and today I got kind of like a Doomstack / tactic video for you. So, for the Lizardmen, one of their biggest strengths is their monsters. So, as you've seen here, I call this tactic Monster Mayhem. So, what we're doing here is we're using a specific type of monsters, some support monsters mixed with colossal monsters, mixed with some missile monsters, and some just regular monsters, to really help support and make this Doomstack like an unkillable Doomstack. So, what we have here is I've taken just some, basic Carnosaurs. I've also taken Kroq-Gar on Grimlock to help bolster the melee line. And then we have some Basilodons with Arc of Sotex, Solar Engines, and Revivification Crystals for support. The Solar Engines are for pure sniping, just in case we get any big monsters on the enemy side, or to snipe heroes. The Arc of Sotex, they cause, let's see, I gotta find one. Yeah, the Arc of Sotex cause Sotex Poison, which is a big damage over time debuff to enemies around them. So it's a nice way to slowly weigh down enemy forces. The Revivification Crystals, I don't have to say anything about them. They heal, and they have 7 charges each, so you usually bring a whole bunch of them. This will keep the monsters healed up, and because it's a .50 heal, it'll heal a monster, a single entity, a whole lot better than any like multiple entity units. And then we have the engines of the gods to do some big old fuck off damage, as well as they have some poison damage, and they're pretty good in a fight. Usually bring a lot of them. And those are our Stegodons. And then I have a couple Troglodons to help support with missile fire, and they have some poison as well. And then in the back, of course, you see the big guys roaring right there. Those are some Dreadsaurians. I don't really use 3; it's kind of overkill, but usually 1 or 2 is enough to make this tactic really work. And you want to keep them close knit so that Kroq-Gar can keep them around, because he has to use his cold-blooded trait whenever they start to rampage. So you want to kind of save that. And this tactic's really good against like mass clumps of units, even though they still can do good against single entities as well. So let's go on and charge in against this Chaos Force. Again, we're just going to like charge right in. Gonna have the Troglodons fire. And with Arcs of Sotek, gonna go in and support these monsters. Revivification Crystals. Take up positions around here. Alright. There we go. And then we'll do this to help And of course, we're going to pop our first heal. And there we go. And now these are bound spells, so they're going to do a whole lot of damage. Alright, let's do some damage against these Zinchian forces. Alright, focus on the Zinch forces. Front guard, let's go in for him. We're already starting to cause a lot of damage to them. Alright, Revivification Crystal on that one. Those are yours. That one. Hit that one. There we go. Focus on that one. Basiladons. Always want to keep them in the fight as well, as much as possible. Because the more that they're in the fight, the better they're going to be. And if you can clump them, that makes it even better. You want to try to keep the revivification crystals around as well, so that you can heal them back up when they take too much damage. Come on, Krokar, get over there. Yeah, they're starting to crumble there. Yeah, okay, Krokar, you need to use your cold-blooded on this guy. He's rampaging. There we go. Save him. Let's get him out of there. Krokar, focus him down. There we go. They're starting to all crumble. And we got them in like 4 minutes because this is such a good synergy between all these different monsters. And then because they're monsters, they naturally have an aversion against like clumped units. So already we did so well. Alright, so that was pretty quick. I feel like I haven't showed you the big, like, I'll show you another matchup against like a few monsters added into their roster, to the enemy's roster, just so you can get a better feel for it. But that's pretty much the gist of the tactic, is to keep everyone together and to just, you know, focus down enemy units and try to keep the enemy heroes focused down as well. You know, and you can pick and choose which monsters you want, because it is effectively a doom stack, but you want to have monsters that support other monsters, and then monsters that can deal the damage. You see, you notice how not one monster dropped below 50% health. It's because we had so many supporting monsters helping them out. Alright, let's show you another tactic with some enemy monsters added into the mix. Alright, and for this one, I've switched out a few things on my end. I've gotten rid of Archosotex in favor of Solar Engines, just because the enemy has brought a Bloodthirster and a couple spawns of Beasts of Nurgle. So they're going to be, we're going to want to focus down the enemy big heroes, the big monsters, so that our big monsters don't get clobbered by their big weapon strengths. So that's why I switched out for some more Solar Engines, because they're really good at sniping enemy monsters and heroes. You know, along with the Troglodons, this is our like missile line here. These Troglodons and Solar Engines. Alrighty, so let's keep going. So we're going to want to set up our missile line here. And we'll want to keep our other lines going in on the missile lines. Try to target some big old flying units, like him, for example.
There we go. Alright, now that he's been dealt with, we need to deal with the Bloodthirster. Let's heal these guys up. Do the Engine of the Gods. To mop up these guys. Alright. And then look at that. It's so much. Do the revocation crystals again. There we go. And then continuing to focus down the Bloodthirster and do a whole lot of damage. You don't want to get monsters caught. You want them to be catching the enemy. You don't want them caught by the enemy. Again, using the revivification crystals when we can, we overpower our guys. And the Basilodons with the solar engines are doing a whole lot of procs to them. We're probably okay, they're rampaging. Let's rampage. Okay, so they're rampaging. Where's our Troglodons at? Oh, they must have gone into the fight, didn't they? They weren't supposed to. There's one. You get out of the fight. You get out of the fight. Yeah, he's starting to crumble. Alright. Let's finish off the Demon Prince. Send those guys over there. The revivification crystals aren't completely perfect. They do have a weakness and a downside, but they're still really good. Like they're keeping our troops healed up. And again, only took a few minutes. Took a little longer because we have these enemy beasts to deal with. But again, our having those guys, it just snipes them so much. Hello Strat fans, it's me, Colonelstrat, the Strategy Extraordinaire here again. And I know I've been away for a while, so I do apologize for that. But so today I'm going to show you just how important having the high ground can be for a battle situation. Now, I've talked about this in the past. It's been in a lot of my other guides and other strategies, and it's kind of hard to understand for some people. So I wanted to show just how integral it can be. And even though the game doesn't tell you this, there's some mechanics that happen when you have like height advantage over some units, especially your own. So what we're going to show here is just a simple stage battle between these small forces. And while our melee units hold these guys back, we have a high-powered missile unit here up on the heights. They have the high ground. And because of that, they're going to be able to shoot over our units and just saturate the enemy units with fire. So, if we go back and we focus, so now they're able to shoot over our units and saturate them with fire. Because our units are in the gully down there. Yeah, see? They're able to just pepper them. They're even able to pepper these guys here.
See, normally they'd be obstructed, and I will show you that in a later pitch battle. But these ones will go right over our guys' heads and right into the enemy's necks, causing them increased damage. And it's a better tactical decision to have high ground superiority. Like you see, already they're starting to falter because we're able to shoot right over our guys' heads with these superior missiles. And just, see, already one's routing. Then we do the other one. And there we go. We've showed how superior having the high ground can be, because you're able to fire directly over, and it creates these straight, because these guys usually fire in a straight line, it creates an arc because they are up on the high ground and they have a height advantage. The game doesn't tell you this, but in the code it allows you to fire over, and it confuses the game to make it look like these are archers, because archers fire in an arc. But these guys, when they're up on the heights, they're able to fire kind of like an arc down. It's kind of like a straight way down towards the enemy. And because of that tactical advantage, we were able to spare most of our health here. I only lost about 8 guys. Killed a whole bunch more. So yeah, we'll see the statistics right here. Yep, we killed a whole lot more of them because we were able to just pummel them down. So now I'm going to show you what it looks like when we do the same tactic on a straight plane. And let's go into that one right now. All right, and here we are with the straight land battle, and as you see, we do get some early hits before the enemy clashes, but after that we can't really hit these guys at all, or otherwise. So we're pretty much locked into supporting Thorgrim here with our barrage, because these guys are just they're straight away, so we can't fire into our guys' backs. The AI won't like that. So we have to support Thorgrim here instead, which still means we're going to be able to do a good amount of damage, and probably will still win the battle, but we'll take a little bit more casualties on this side than we did before, or at least take a little bit more damage. And Thorgrim might take a little bit more damage too. They'll obviously last longer too, so because it's just, you're not able to just pummel them and aid your infantry out as much as you were before. Of course, these infantry are way better than Orc Boys, but it just goes to show. So now we have to send these guys over here to help Thorgrim, because he wasn't able to disperse them as fast. So it is taking a little longer. So having the high ground does speed up you're able to kill things far faster. But as you see, as our guys get in there, only a couple are able to shoot. So it's more reliant on the melee combat now than the missiles. But now we're able to go in the flank. So if you're not able to go and find high ground, then you have to find the flank, which exposes these guys to cavalry charges and all other types of things. Whereas before, you were able to just pummel them. Now, I do think that there is a drawback to using it, because you do have to what's the word I'm looking for? Sometimes the missiles will fire and accidentally cause some friendly fire, but you know, you always got to try to micromanage your missiles as much as possible, because see, they'll have a little bit of height up there, so it still is an arc. And we're only a couple are able to shoot. But, you know, still does a good amount of damage, but Thorgrim took a little bit more damage than he did before. So having a height advantage does help speed it up. It reduces the damage you take, and you're able to dish out more damage with your missile units and use them more effectively. Again, it's a very simple part of it, but I think I forgot to explain specifically how advantageous it is to have a piece of high ground when you're a defending faction like the Dwarves or the Empire, because it really does help a lot with just being able to whittle your enemies away, because all of your missiles are able to fire. Whereas before, if you have melee infantry, your own blocking, you can't really fire in to support it. Now, of course, these guys still did really well because they're still Longbeards up against Orc Boys, and Thorgrim took a whole nother Orc Boys, but if both of them had piled onto the Longbeards, they probably would have taken a lot more casualties, because more entities would be hitting them, and Thorgrim's able to tank a lot. So, that's pretty much the whole gist of the high ground tactic, is just if you see a patch or a battle where you can stage it to have some high ground superiority, I would always take it, because you're going to be able to pummel the enemy even while your troops are down there slashing them up. So it's just, you're able to use your whole army effectively at that point. So I hope you guys enjoyed this little explanation video. It's not as much a tactic as it is just explaining a what's the word I'm looking for? It's a good word for it, guys. Like a gameplay feature. It's the good way to explain how to maximize your effectiveness using high levels of terrain to decimate your foes. Colonelstrat, the strategy extraordinaire, and I'm back at it with a tactics video. So for today, I have a modified version of the chevron formation that I like to call zigzag. So, a common formation that you have is the chevron, which you have two. You take two infantry units and you connect them together to form a chevron, and then you leave a space in here, and then you do the same thing over here. But for this one, and you can do it two ways, and I'll show you both ways. For this one, I have actually left a gap here as well as a small gap there, allowing my all of my missile forces, which are stationed one side, to be able to overlap insanely. And the amount of overlap you have causes such an amazing array of fire that the kill zones are insane, and you will see this in this first one. So this one is where it's going inside. Now this one's mostly used for when you're going against like heavily smashing infantry, like monstrous infantry. So it's not as effective against blob infantry like this, but it does do its work against monstrous infantry, and it still does pretty well against blob infantry, especially if you can get a choke point. Choke points are the best place to have these types of formations, because you don't have to worry about enemy cavalry coming from the side, to mess up your formations or get your guys in the back. And as you'll see, it's going to get really tough for them to push through. And somehow the AI just does not send a unit straight through. Now this won't work on a multiplayer battle, I don't think, because you could, just line up a troop single file and go right through to reach the missiles. But against the AI, it works every time, because they'll just blob their units and try to go here, and they'll get stuck on our melee units here, and then our missile units will fire into each rank, each side, pretty much just a volley fire right at them. It's really, really effective tactic that I use a lot, especially when I get a choke point battle and I have gunpowder infantry, because gunpowder infantry have the line of sight that they need. They need to have line of sight to the target. See how they have it right now? But archer infantry can fire up and over, but gunpowder infantry can't. But it's more powerful, because you're going to be able to punch through a lot of thick armor. Alright, so they're coming on us now. We're adjusting this to close this gap here, open this gap wider. And as you see, if you look right down the sights here, they have a clear line of sight right to that line collapsing there. And these guys have a clear line of sight to these guys. For some reason they didn't take too many units over here, but they're starting to. And now we're starting to really fire onto them. As you notice, we're firing a lot more frequently than normal. Because normally, when you have like a straight line, you can't fire right over. Your gunpowder guys are going to be, your gunpowder guys are going to be stuck not firing. Whereas if you have it like this, they're going to be firing right into the ranks, not hitting your units because they don't want to hit their own units. So they don't want to fire directly into enemy ranks if your units are in close combat with them. But here, they're able to do that no problem. And even if you give attack orders, they won't like chase in or try to find a different angle because the angle is right there. So even if the AI has to adjust, it'll still find the angle it needs to. And as you can see, it's doing the Lord's work right now. It is just tearing them up. And they'll program over here in the middle, doing his part, helping out. And these are evenly matched forces, because they could theoretically break through if they weren't getting chomped on by our missile troops in the back. It would probably make an opening and flank us around. But again, we are dwarves, so we probably would outlast them. But this can work even for Imperials or any type of defensive faction will do well with this tactic. Imperials, dwarves, Chaos dwarves for a little bit, and Cathay does really well with this. Even though Cathay does have their crossbowmen, so they don't really have to do this, their Iron Hail gunners will benefit from this tactic a lot. And already the enemy is it's been only not even 5 minutes, and they're already half strength. They've only taken only a select few of our guys, because we're just able to pummel them so much. And there's also a little bit of an incline behind here, so they're able to fire up and over a little bit. And that's one thing you'll find with these choke point battles. If you get them, you'll have a lot of elevation to use as well. So a couple tactics are kind of meshing together here. Get him, go over him. He's in the duel with the Great Shaman. And it's pretty much, sound who's going to win this. Alright, so as you've seen, just to go over again, they break upon here, and then they try to blob, and while they're doing that, these guys here are firing. If any units try to go around here to flank, they'll get caught on these guys, blob up, these guys will fire on them, and again, they're blobbing here, they're getting shot at, and if they try to do that on this other side, they're going to get shot, so you're covering all angles, and then, because of the overarching fields of fire, you're able to, really, get it locked in, because they're just able to arc their fields of fire so much. But that's pretty much how the inverted the inverted one goes, and it's a very powerful tactic, and you can draw the enemy in, blob them up, and then you have to make sure you have your gun line right there on each side to just wipe them out from the flank, and it works every time. So now I'm going to show you the opposite way, the outverted, and we'll see how well we do with that one. Alright, and here we are with the outverted chevron, or zigzag I like to call it. So this one also has the added benefit of elevation. Like I said, a lot of these choke point battles have elevation on both sides. And if the enemy has a melee only force, like you're facing like orcs that have very little ranged or chaos, then you can make that to your advantage by placing both a chevron formation to get them trapped, and then you can have you have your missile line up on a hill to fire over your chevrons and through the corridors again. Now this one's more for attacking, shooting them before, and if it were on a flat plane, we would have to move these guys, position them a little bit differently. Like we'd have to put him right here, and we'd probably have to put him probably right here, and then him over here, and then him over here. And we might even have to put them both, and we'd also have to free up this area too. Put one couple right here as well, so that they could fire into the ranks. But since we have a elevation, we can do without that. So we'll still be able to have much more coverage than before, because we're relying on elevation, as well as the chevron is mostly just to bog them down, to get them caught so that they can't get around. Because even if we had a straight line, we still would have the possibility of not that many guns firing into them. But since we have these gaps, the guns are the orcs are going to blob up, and you know they're gonna start trickling back here within the blobs, and they're gonna be able to snipe them from the back. All right. So let's get them rolled in, and we'll show you what this outverted zigzag formation does. I think I did move. Yep, I'm moving them up. That way we can cover more ground and really flex our advantage of the high ground here. You got to make sure you adapt. That's another really good thing about being a good commander in this game, is to adapt and use all these tactics that I've showed you in this tactics guides to just, you know, use them on the fly. I know it takes a little while, but after you've been able to identify, like, oh, there's some good high ground here. That's a choke point. You know, it's a choke point battle. Let's try this tactic here, or we'll try this tactic here. You know, that's what you have to do to become a master tactician in this game. But once you become that, or once you execute them, it feels so satisfying. Alrighty, they're coming into range now. And it's open fire. So we're able to just fire right over, get some early hits on before they even come in. And then we'll funnel them down here as well, and they'll be trapped, attacked on both sides if they funnel down there, but a couple of them don't. They do attack the flanks, but again, we have that opening here, so we're able to shoot both in that opening and over as well. Because again, they're going to try to flank us, and they're getting stuck on the flanks. So we're able to shoot right into that hole. And get them, you know, catch them right out there. Borgrim's going in. And see, they've blobbed because they've hit them right here, and now they've blobbed back here. So the elevation's being able to use to our advantage, so we're able to hit them in the back as well from the blobs, because they haven't been able to punch through because we have such a thin line. So that's, you know, that's a superior tactic to use. Yeah, we're even able to snipe them right here in the front here because of our elevation. But funneling them into this massive blob is going to be really good for artillery as well. With a well-placed artillery shell right here, blob's gone. So these formations work really good at blobbing enemies, so that you can use your superior firepower to just destroy them. Because these two big blobs right here, they'd be done. And it wouldn't really do that much against your forces either, because, you know, you're not the ones blob. And we've already done more damage to them than they've done to us. We've only lost a couple guys. We lost quite a bit. One unit usually attacks, and then the other ones kind of huddle behind to attack. And then if a couple units are attacking here, there's still a couple more that are blobbed behind trying to attack, and they're getting stuck in this big blob here. So, you know, blobbing is a very effective tactic to deal with melee hordes with your missiles. And as you can see, we're just peppering them in. We're just, you know, taking them out one by one, and it's a bloodbath. We've only lost a few guys. In fact, it has not changed since, because now they're retreating. And yeah, so it was a bloodbath, and it was no contest. So that's the zigzag formation. It's a modified version of the chevron, but you can call it, you know, chevron, zigzag, whatever you want. But the fact of the matter is that it's going to be very effective for drawing out melee hordes like this, blobbing them up, make them susceptible to your missile fire. Couple it with some elevation, you're going to be able to destroy, my friend. Hello, Strat fans. It's me, Colonelstrat, the strategy extraordinaire here with another tactic. And now this one's more of explaining a mechanic, but it could still be used to your benefit. And if you use tactical recruiting and get the right units for the different situations, it'll all come in your favor. So this all has to do with resistances. Now, for what you see I have here, I have these guys, or these Plague Bearers of Nurgle are able to do magical attacks. Most demon units or high-end mortal units will have a magical attack buff on their melee attack. Now what does this mean? This means that their magical units will be able to go right through that are protected from regular physical attacks. So what does that mean? That means they'll go right through this resistance buff here. So a physical resist means nothing to this button right here. This goes right through all of that. So we're going up against forces like these Savage Orcs here that only have physical resist. Now granted, they have a huge physical resist buff. That means 25% of all physical damage, non-magical attacks, are going to be absorbed by the unit. So that means when fighting them conventionally without magical units, you're going to have to fight them 25% as hard to take them out. They have this frenzy that makes them tougher to take out, but they don't have any armor. They don't have anything to back up. So they have insanely low amount of armor. So they suffer a whole lot if you can get past their 25% physical resist buff. And that's where this comes in. I'm going to show you. I'm going to demonstrate by comparing all of these to fight one another. I didn't want to add a lord, but it made me add it. So it's whatever. Let's speed it up. Alright, now once they fight, you're going to notice that the Savage Orcs aren't going to do as much damage as our Plague Bearers are. Plus we can do these little cheeky buffs as well, and we can do some cheeky healing as well as Nurgle, but that's besides the point. But already you see these Savage Orcs have taken a whole lot more damage than our Plague Bearers, because they have no protection. They have no protection whatsoever. Yes, I just can't help myself from doing a slime trail. But we didn't really need it, because our guys are able to kick their butt without it. We still have 1,000 more points because we're able to go right through them. It doesn't matter what they have, because our magical attacks go right through their physical buff, and then they have no armor to protect themselves. So it doesn't even matter if we have any armor piercing damage. We're still going to do a whole bunch of damage to them, more than they can do to us, because we block 20% of their damage. So this one right here is a hard fight, and like I said, it's pretty much easy peasy. So they're going to rout before us, even though we are at half strength. They're at 25% strength. We're both tier 2 units, so we're equally matched. We should be, but they're just taking too much damage. So again, it's not that much of a debuff, but it's enough that it's enough that can it's not that much of a change, but it's enough that it can cause you to tip the balance of power in your scale. Like, it's not going to save the whole of the unit, because there's still going to be some damage that gets through, but the fact that they have no protection now because of our Nurgle units fighting them, and this happens with all demon units, whether it be, it works better with Nurgle or Khorne because they have higher damage values, but they can get right through. Any amount of damage will get right through it, as long as it's magical damage. If it has this sign, this symbol, then you know that it's going to do well against these guys. And there we go. And we lost probably about half health of our guys. Now we did do a little bit of cheeky healing, so it probably would have been closer to half for these other guys, but still we did more damage to them than they did to us. So and we took less. We were able to get through their damage, through their their physical buff because it just negates it entirely. So that's one way to deal with units with high physical resist, because they usually don't have any armor accompanying them, or if they do, it's very low armor. So now that I've showed you how to counter physical resist, I'll show you how to counter magical attacks. Alright, and now to show you how to deal with magic damage, you gotta have magic resist. Now that brings me back to my favorite faction, my favorite race, the Dwarves. Now, every Dwarf unit has a high magic spell resist. That's what it's called, spell resist. But it doesn't tell you that it also negates any bonuses that enemies have from having magical attacks. So magical attacks don't just give them, like, you know, a way to get through an enemy's shield. It also gives them a slight buff to their weapon strength to get them through as well. So even though it doesn't tell you that, it does have a buff against folks that have like a physical resist. But if you have spell resist, that reduces that damage value, and it reduces their melee attack too. So again, the game doesn't tell you this, but that's what happens behind the scenes. So like, the enemy just doesn't. It's a way for you to level the playing field a little bit by having that spell resist, so that you're able to negate their chance of getting through. So this is their only chance of getting through. So you bring this and you keep them from getting through. So like, dwarves are the bane of all spellcasters, because it doesn't just block like magical attacks here, it also reduces the effectiveness of enemy like spells, like these spells. It reduces their damage value by that %. That's what it does as a hard. But I have seen how it makes units like these Forsaken of Tzeentch, which are tier 3, pretty good. Not as good against these guys because they have that spell resist. They do also have other things like 100 armor and all that, but the fact that they don't have a physical resist buff means that they have to get through the regular armor with regular weapon damage, so they don't do as hot. So let's show you this in action now, and I'm going to send Brindle up, and then Forsaken of Tzeentch, we're going to engage them. Now again, the thing you'll see is just how it reflects spells. So like, I think he'll probably cast something. They usually do. I make sure that they cast something on my guys like Warp Flame, or even just his basic attack. And they'll take damage, but they won't take as much as they would, you know. So again, that's the beauty of it, is that any spell-based faction, like a demon faction or any chaos faction that relies on it, is just not going to do as hot, because their whole ace in the hole that for the magic factions is having that magic damage. Now see, did do a little bit of damage, but not a whole lot, and they're doing less damage overall than our guys are, because they started with a little bit smaller health pool, but their barrier was drained immediately as well. So again, they do so much better. Alright, Grown Brindle, we're just gonna have you pop all your passives. Okay, and like I said, they're doing so much better because they can't get through. That little bonus they get from their magical attacks is not applying to our dwarves at all. So our dwarves are able to negate it, level the playing field, and just they have to go through their armor, which is they are not built for that. Most magical units, they have a little bit of armor piercing, but they don't have a lot in the early game, until you get to, like, I don't know, maybe the elves with their Sisters of Avalon. Now with there is a third stat called Missile Resist that I want to talk about real quick. There we go, Exhibit B. We outdid them, even though these guys are worth 100 more points than these Longbeards. They're able to take care of them because they don't have that bonus from their magical attack. But anyway, there is a third stat called Missile Resist. Missile Resist is the only one that's a hard counter. Physical and magical depend on a unit's different stats for their melee attack, but Missile Resist is a hard counter to all ranged. Now, if you have a unit with some missile resist and some what's the word I'm looking for? With some missile resist and some physical resist, you have to add the physical resist buff into the missile resist, and that only counts for non-magical missiles. So non-magical missiles would be anything that is not a archer or artillery piece that does not have magical ammunition. So let's say you're going up against Sisters of Avalon, of course, that have magical ammunition. So their magical ammunition buff is not going to count if you have magic resist. But and if you have a bunch of physical resist, it's going to punch through that physical resist and make just a flat. It will just be the flat missile resist. But if it's going up against any other unit, like any other bow unit or any other gunpowder unit that is not a magic missile, then you add, like, let's say you have 20% physical resist, 15% missile resist. You add that into 35 for anything non-magical missile. Get it? I know it's a little confusing, but it can help you turn the tide of battle if you bring the right units. Like if you bring units that have physical resist against units that do physical damage, you're gonna be a lot better. You're gonna be able to negate most of that damage because it's a hard percent. Whereas armor is more of like a chance. It's a percent chance, and it's more for missile fire than it is melee. Even though it does say melee attacks as well, it's more for missile fire that negates the armor. You just started up a Warhammer 3 campaign, and you go to fight your first enemy legendary lord, and oh no, they have a tier 3 unit in there, and how are you going to deal with that? Are you going to just rush your troops in to hopefully mow it down and keep it in the slog to just have it kill itself? Or are you going to click on this video and decide that you want to take a specialized approach and use your brain and your winds of magic to help your troops outclass that loser? Alright guys, hi, it's me, Colonelstrat, Strategy Extraordinaire, and here I'm going to show you 3 different ways to better deal with early game or mid game tier 3 units when you have more chaffy units in your roster than before you get to the big boys. There's a lot of different ways that you could do it with tier 1 units, but normally one-on-one ratios, they're going to fail. There's nothing really you can do at that point. But the most common way that I've seen is that people just like swarm them, and that is a good tactic. But it can often just, use up most of your resources in your army when you're going to need it for other units, When normally you're going to be dealing with tier 3 units in the early game, like 1 or 2 units. So I got a few strategies here that can help you defeat them a lot easier. So one of them is using wizards to like buff up your units and debuff the enemy units. A really good spell to use from the lore of metal is Plague of Rust. A lot of heavily armored units just like crumble with this one. Using even only just 1 unit plus a bunch of wizards if you have them. The Empire and the High Elves are the best ones to use this tactic with. And then there's one with the 3 units, and I only have a few wizards because usually you'll have 1 or 2. The best wizards to have is, again, Lore of Metal, Lore of Life for your side, and for the enemy side, Lore of Death, Shadows, Beasts. I'd stay away. Lore of Light can work sometimes as well, but if it's any type of melee unit, tier 3 unit, you're just going to want Death and Shadows for them, or Life and Metal for you. And then the last one is using the 1 range unit to accompany your melee unit. Now this, you'll want to use this. This is probably the best used with High Elf factions because of the lore of High Magic. Has a spell in it. I think it's called Hand of Glory, and it allows you to increase your reload skill for your archers, which increases their damage overall. Comparing that with Plague of Rust pretty much means you can melt any enemy tier 3 unit that comes around. So High Elves are the best in that regards for that tactic. So I'm going to show you these 3 tactics, and again, if you enjoy what I do, make sure to like the video, leave a comment down below, and tell me what you want to see in the future. I always take all suggestions and I'm just glad to show you these tactics and make Warhammer 3 better for you guys. So let's dive in. Here we are with the first one using 3 units. As you see, we got 3 units of spearmen here on the line. I have a Mage of Life, a Mage of Death, and a Mage of Shadows, as well as Eltharion with his Lore of High Magic. We're going up against a unit of Black Orcs and an Orc Shaman. The Orc Shaman's just kind of there because I can't really remove him in a skirmish battle. But as you see, we're going to have these 2 units pull back, and they're going to like go on the side. And this unit's going to keep them busy while we're moving these guys to the sides to apply that debuff on them for gaining flank. Because like right now we see they're winning current combat, but they have faster and stronger enemies nearby. Flanks exposed, and then we're moving our guys in, and once the flanks getting attacked, and then we have a discourage ability that's going to lower their morale. It's not going to be enough to rout them, because most of the tier 3 units are not going to rout immediately. You're going to have to surround them and just try to like pepper them around, as well as buffing up your own units. So we hit them with the magic lures of Life of Death and Shadows, with the Withering from Shadows and Doom and Darkness from Death, as well as Apotheosis and healing for healing from the Lore of Life on the Spearmen. That helps prolong their life while we also damage their morale. So, and then the Unending Foe helps as well because it reduces their melee and melee attack and defense. So they're down to 7 and 12. So that's going to make sure they're not going to get as many hits as our guys. So you're just going to want to keep applying debuffs to them while applying some buffs to your guys to keep them in the fight. But the majority of the time, this works with just having them surround it. Make sure you cover all sides. You're doing damage to all sides, and you're going to be withering them away slowly. As you see, we're always chipping them away, little bit by little bit. They're going to get kills on you, but you have them surrounded, so you're going to outnumber them, and eventually they will get to a point where you can break them with the spell lures. Another cool thing the High Elves have is that most of their wizards come with abilities that can buff up their winds of magic. They come with these staffs. Now these are the skirmish staffs, but you can still get them pretty easily in the campaign just through the forge mechanic, or just by getting special staffs through it. Plus, like, every elf wizard has a staff. They have a nice staff that helps power them up, and I believe they also have a right that does it too. See, now that we did this combo with the Withering and the Doom and Darkness, they're down to 11. If they get down to 0, they will start wavering and break. If it remains in 0 for I think it's 10 seconds. But so they're now down to 5. The more morale, the more leadership they're down, the less damage they're going to do. But as long as it stays above, I think as long as it stays above 0, they'll still keep fighting. They just won't get as many hits because it kind of gives them a little bit of a debuff. Not listed in the it's not listed in this, but they receive a little bit more damage, and they do a little bit less damage. It's not substantial, meaning it won't turn the tide, but it does help. And of course, the biggest draw for this tactic is just having them surrounded. Again, if this is a big battlefield, there's going to be more units all over, so you don't want to commit this many units all the time unless you have, decent units to take them out. Because like if you have these wizards, they might be better served helping the other army. So this tactic isn't really as favorable, but it's the most commonly used tactic, as even without the wizards, all 3 of these units will be pretty much kaput by the time they actually get this unit to rout like they are right now. So I think we're doing Doom and Darkness again, which is going to make them rout. Yep, and that's going to put them underneath 0, so they're going to start wavering, and they're routing now. They're broken. They're gone. They're done. And then we just have to deal with the Great Shaman, and that's over. So, like I showed you, this is a pretty simple tactic. You just cover them around the sides. It's basic military strategy. There's not a lot to do with it. So let's now show you a more advanced one with using a missile unit, buffing that up, and just melting them. Alright, and in this one,
we have an Altharing again, but again, we only have 2 wizards. We have the Lore of Light, and we have the Lore of Metal. Why did I choose Light and Metal? Well, Metal is pretty self-explanatory, like I told you before with the Plague of Rust. And Light is pretty... It has Lore of Amantok. The Net of Amantok can really come in handy, but if you also have Files Protection, it can do wonders with keeping them alive. So they're more to buff them. So again, see, we just did Plague of Rust, and we use a special Hand of Glory to increase the reload skill. If we overcast it, it's plus 60. It buffs them up to 43 damage. Now, if the Plague of Rust is buffed up, it does 60 minus 60 armor damage. So, like, look at how much it's melting them. They are going so quick now because of this. So this is a really good tactic to use. I personally, if I have this tactic, this matchup, I do it every time because it's the best way to deal with a very annoying enemy tier 3 unit that, like, especially if, like, you're facing Grimgore early game, which I don't know if you would ever as the High Elves, but if, like, say you're facing, I don't know, like Black Orc Corsairs or something, you can just reduce their armor, increase their missile strength, and just outclass them. Like, we've already pretty much routed them now. They've taken too much damage compared to us. It's just unfair sometimes, but you know, that's what you get for facing the High Elves with all types of magic spell lores. So now, you know, it's kind of fallen back. We did our big push, but it's done the work. As you see, they went down to 25% health just with that one little combo. It is a very powerful combo, and I honestly recommend it against every action if you're playing High Elves or Empire. Even though the Empire doesn't have the access to the Lore of High Magic, they still can cripple the enemy's armor to a point where it's just laughable. Like, again, there we go again with another minus 30, and that again, if you go below 100 armor, they're going to suffer. They're going to suffer intensely. You know, so we've already routed them, and we only went to half health for a tier 1 unit. That's insane. It is insanely good how good this combo is, and I honestly recommend it for all High Elf players. That's another reason why they're such good. They're so good. They kick ass because of this combo. So now let's go into the last combo, which is a little bit more tricky with our wizards. Alrighty, and for this one, it's going to take a lot of explaining. So what you're going to need is you're going to need a lot of mages. So to start, you get an Archmage. It doesn't matter what lore she has, but she needs to have one of these 5 spell lores. She needs to have Death, or Heavens, or Shadows, Metal, or Life. And then the rest of them have to be the others. Why do I choose these 5? Because they have the best bonuses. From the Lore of Heavens, it is Harmonic Convergence, which buffs up your units up to 24 added to their melee and melee attack and defense. For the Shadows, it's the Withering for the enemy and Okum's Mind Razor for your troops, which gives magical attacks and plus a 50% boost to both types of damage. And then the Lore of Metal is pretty obvious for Plague of Rust. Glittering Robe isn't really that valuable here because, you know, for Black Orcs we have dealing with, you know, heavy anti-armor units, so that armor is going to do nothing. Because, you know, even if we get over 100, they're still going to go slice right through it with their anti-armor. But Transmutation of Lead does help a little bit, but it's not as good as Plague of Rust. So I usually just stick with that. And for the Lore of Life, I do Flesh to Stone for anything that's not a magical unit, which is, you know, the majority of High Elf enemies in the early game is going to be non-magical units. Flesh to Stone has an insane 60% physical resistance buff for about 19 seconds. And that's insane. And if you overcast it, increase its duration. So I usually overcast it. And of course, Lore of Death has the Doom and Darkness. But of course, Soul Blight could be good as well. Aspect of the Dread Knight doesn't really work as well, even though it allows you to do magical attacks. It can be good against ethereal units or any units that have a lot of physical resist. But that doesn't really come into effect for a lot of High Elf enemies. And then on top of that, the Cause Terror and Fear doesn't really affect most tier 3 units because they have immune psychology. But the Doom and Darkness is what we're going to go for, and Spirit Leech, of course. And if you have the Purple Sun is pretty good as well. So where we start this battle at, we're buffing up our units. We give them a whole heck load of buffs. Let me just pause it here because this is an insane amount of buffs. So they have upgraded harmonic convergence, gives them 30 armor, 24 melee and melee defense and attack, and flesh to stone, which gives them 60% physical resist. So right now they are insane. Now they're already bumped up to about the same type as a tier 3. They haven't even collided yet. And the enemy has Plague of Rust upgraded, minus 60 armor down to 20, leadership minus 16, leadership minus 8, and armor minus 30 by Doom and Darkness and the Withering. So that's already insane. We've casted all our spells. It takes about 30 Winds of Magic. It is an insane Winds of Magic cost, but again, if you have the right staffs equipped to your mages, you can get that power up insanely. You can get it up to where you have 30 by the time that these two collide. And then if you're not playing a legendary difficulty, you can pause it. It's a little bit more challenging in legendary difficulty because by the time they're colliding, you have to make sure that these spells are procced, or else they're going to take some damage that you don't want them to take. But like, they're colliding here, they're taking a little bit of damage, but the enemy is definitely taking more damage, and it's going to show that these debuffs are insane, and you know, they'll last more than 20 seconds. So that's insane. That's a lot of time that they could be doing more damage or not receiving as much damage. And you know, we also get bonuses from casting a spell too. If you have like let's see, like metal shifting, you get from casting a spell for them. You get Life Bloom, which gives them a little bit heal boost, a speed boost from Smoke and Mirrors, and then you get like I think this is a Rolling Skies to the enemy whenever she casts a spell too. This one gives, I think it's Life Leeching, right? Life Leeching, which gives you more magic power reserves. But yeah, already we've done the bit with taking the lead. But as you see, this tactic starts to wane because you're going to be spending a lot of Winds of Magic to keep these units in the fight. You will win eventually if you keep casting the right spells, but you're still going to take a lot of casualties, and this unit's going to be pretty close to dead. So it's not as good of a tactic. It's using a whole lot of magic that can be used for the rest of the battle. So the clear winner in these three tactics is going to be number 2, just because of how little magic you have to use and how much damage you can do. See, we just buffed our Winds of Magic with our spell books and our staves. You know, so now we're able to cast some more spells on the enemy, which again is Doom and Darkness, and then we casted, I believe it was Smoke and Mirror, Metal Shifting. We got Harmonic Convergence, and then we did Withering, Plague of Rust, and Doom and Darkness again. And again, it helps a lot because it reduces their armor, their leadership, and then we buff up our melee attack and melee defense. The speed buff doesn't really apply much to us, but taking into effect that we also have physical resist from the Flesh to Stone really helps out as well. But again, these are temporary buffs. So if they don't, you know, if they're locked into combat the entire time, you know, you're just going to be spending a lot of Winds of Magic just to keep them alive. So you're pretty much using your wizards to breathe life into your units and keep them alive. So like we give the Mind Razor here, this is going to increase their armor piercing damage, so it's going to make them do a whole lot more to where they're going to, and again, it's just 50%, so it bases it off the unit stats. So it's not as good of a buff as you think. It does help though, but it's not going to tip the scales in our favor. We need debuffs on them to do more of our damage back to them, because we also get a buff to our non-armor piercing damage. So that one's going to be the bigger buff, you know? So if you have Plague of Rust combined with that, you're going to be doing a lot more damage to them because they have 110 armor. So most of this damage right here is not getting through. Only 6 of it is getting through each time. So yeah, you could buff up their melee attack and defense, which means they're going to hit more. But if you don't cast Plague of Rust, they're not going to get through. Plague of Rust is probably the best way to deal with these heavily armored targets. Not every tier 3 unit is going to be heavily armored. So that's why Plague of Rust isn't, you know, used for all of them, but the ones that are used for it,
Some classic damage spells can also help too, like using this one, the Mystifying Miasma. Not what I usually go for because, again, you know, buffing the units is the best way to do it, because the unit has more entities, so if they have these buffs onto their entities, they're going to be able to do more. But by the time you see their morale shrink to this low, you're going to be able to, you know, just take advantage of that. And then we cast Flesh to Stone, give them Life Bloom, which means they're going to get a little bit of a heal. And then, you know, we have Plague of, we have Doom and Darkness and the Withering. They're going to be taking a lot more damage because they're, you know, they don't have that much armor anymore. And then, you know, now we're starting to see the final part of the battle. Even though they have more health points than us, they're starting to, you know, rout because we have the Withering. And it's just increasing, it's reducing their leadership too much. So at this point, that's when, you know, we have to chase them down, keep them routing, and then, you know, deal with the shaman. But like I said, this tactic is not really as viable as the second one because you're using a lot of magic. Now, I came up with these tactics myself. I haven't seen anyone else really do them. That's why I wanted to show them to you. They are a viable tactic, but again, they're not going to be. This one and the first one is not going to be as good for you in the long run. Hey, Strat fans, what's going on? It's me, Colonelstrat, the Strategy Extraordinaire here, and do you like synergy? We all like a good synergy, especially with our Total War games. And I've found with my recent exploration of the new Cathay faction in Shadows of Change that there's a lot of synergies going on, especially with the new units. So today I'm going to show you just how insane these synergies can go. Plus, with the new Lord Yuanbo, him with his execution ability, coupled with his buffing spells, defensive buffing spells, and if you add a alchemist into it as well, you're just going to be able to get so insane of buffs that you're going to be able to trump any unit that's above you, in the same class, of course. So let's get right into this tactic showcase, and this is going to be the best way to use the new Lord. With synergizing all these different units, plus the new War Drum is a perfect way to synergize. So what you're going to need is Yuanbo, an Alchemist, a War Drum, and then of course you'll need a Yin and Yang unit as well. But that should be pretty easy because his campaign starts with all those units except the War Drum. But once you get it, you know, it's going to be a really nice constant buff because it's a constant buffing unit. So let's get right into this tactic, shall we? First off, I'm going to show how insane Yuanbo can be and how good he is as a duelist. So he's going up against Tyrion right here, probably the best duelist in the game with the High Elves. But Yuanbo can defeat him, and I'll show you how. He's got better spells to buff himself and keep himself out of the fight, or like, you know, in the fight, but you know, he's going to be able to do more melee attack, and his Emperor's Executioner ability is just insane with how he could just execute and do a whole bunch of damage to someone. He doesn't even have to execute them and kill them, but you know, he could just do an insane amount of damage to them. So let's give him his damage reduction. And then pop his special sword. He's already doing better than Tyrion. Yeah, he's already doing way better than Tyrion. And all of his other spells is not going to do a lot of damage, but he could do Talons of Night. Tyrion's doing a decent amount of damage. But he keeps doing this with Jade Shield. And an insane buff that he could do to himself gives him an insane amount of damage reduction. Come on. His AI is prone to, you know, glitching out sometimes, I've noticed. But he's still a pretty good character, even with the glitches. Yeah, and they're both 6'6", they're both evenly matched. Tyrion has an insane amount of armor. Yuanbo has to punch through, but Yuanbo has that punch. I mean, he's already got him pretty low, but then watch this ability, Emperor's Executioner, and oh Jesus! Tyrion used his rebirth though, so could have instantly killed him there, but he used his rebirth. I think it's Star of Avalon or something. Yeah, whatever that thing is that rebirths him. We'll still be able to kill him though, because he already used his thing. Yeah, Heart of Avalon. It's an insane heal that he gets a burst of life. I could transform into a dragon, but it's probably not going to serve me anything better though. He's got to do his animation before he can actually attack. But it does buff up his damage a lot. The dragon form itself is just very powerful. He can't heal though, and it's usually used for groups. But it is doing its work against Tyrion. And let's see if we can't hit him with this Common of Cassandora. Or not, because of course he has to move out of the way. Alright. You only have one use of this in skirmish battles, but in campaign you get multiple uses. So it does get really insane. And then like that. Oh. Let's hopefully we can get him. There we go. And there we go. He beats Tyrion. You gotta be careful. You gotta wait to use your executioner move, because he's got that Star of Avalon, which gives him a burst of heals, which you know, he can beat you on Bow in a drawn out fight if you don't know how to use him. But if you know how to use him, you're gonna be able to deal with him just easily, so easily. So you know, because you only get one use of this in this one, you get, you know, he has the ability to do away with it. But because in the campaign you have multiple uses, you could be able to, you know, kill him a lot easier. And like, if you have this symbol, that means they're going to be killed really easily. Alright, he just needs one more and then Tyrion's gone. Alrighty, now to get right into it, so we've got a couple low tier infantry. So to make this do really well, Jade Warriors are probably the best choice, because you can get them, you know, pretty easy on, especially for you on Bow. He starts with a lot of them, so that's why I include Jade Warriors instead of, you know, Peasant Spearmen. That just goes better with them, but it could work with any unit. Then of course we have a unit of Peasant Bowmen. This is the Special Regiment of Renown unit that has fire attacks as well as Woodsmen. So they're already good. And then we have our Alchemist here with all of her special elixirs and all that. And then we have the Shangu War Drum, which is really good. It's got this buff right here for armor. That's one I use pretty frequently. But it also has a melee attack. So if you have one or the other, I think they do synergize. But I don't think you can do two of the same buff. I haven't really tested that, but I will test it, and if it shows up I can, then I'll add on to it. So and then of course we have Yuan Bo with his executioner ability, and he's also got this ability here. The Jade Shield is really good as well, compared with all these other, compared with the armor buff here, and with the Lore of Metal. You could just make an insanely buffed unit. So this is the best way to do it for Cathay. Now a good way to fight as Cathay is to lock your group. If you lock your group, they'll all move as one, like so. They'll all move as one. They'll move at the slowest speed, which is probably the War Drum. And look, see, these are toggleables, so this will always be active as long as it's within range. So that already buffs up the armor on these to 104, and then these to 39. So that is an insane buff to have constantly as an effect. Already that could be used as a game changer, but you have to make sure you defend the War Drum, and it takes up a unit slot. So it has its drawbacks, but then you add on the Jade Shield, and also Yuan Bo has spell intensity, so he's able to do even more percentage reduction compared to the other forces. So That's already insane. And also, I think this intensity applies to her, and she has the Alchemic's elixirs, the Iron Skin, and the melee attack one is already good. I usually do Iron Skin because it's 90, and then of course Plague of Rust and Glittering Robe. It's pretty much a godsend at this point. Alright, and then we'll do the elixir. Slow down, do the elixir, do the Plague of Rust, do the Jade Shield, and yeah, and we'll apply this as well. And now that we have that active, we'll do the Glittering Robe, which increases their armor even more. Like, look at them, their armor is already insane, and then it goes up even more to 272. So we're just doing so much. Let's have Yuan Bo attack. Let's have him attack their lord. Oh god, he got stun locked or something. I don't know what happened. There we go. Yeah, we're able to just outdo them so much. Okay. Okay. And then the peasant archers are just doing away with these guys. It just becomes insane. And of course, always spam the Jade Shield and put on his thing for his ability, for his special sword. And then of course we're going to show you the if he can get to attack. Yeah, let's get him to attack. We have to get him to at least 3/4, 1/4 of health, and he'll do the Lord's work. All right. All right. I think we can get it now. And we spam this ability here on a single entity. It does so much damage, it instantly kills him. And then they have the morale debuff, and already we've buffed up so much that we've done them out. Let's reduce their damage, and then we'll up our damage. And there we go. That unit's pretty much done for. Yep, pretty much done for. So this is a very insane strategy. Cathay already has a lot of synergies, but I just realized that they had so much more synergy with this with the new war drum, with Yuan Bo, with how he can just execute a lord that's terrorizing your troops. And we lost half troops, but this is a tier 2 unit, and that's a tier 3, and they're coming out of this engagement a lot less. Also, we did away with their archers, and we killed their lord. So already this is a huge success, a huge change, and it's bound to be nerfed eventually. The war drum probably not, but Yuan Bo definitely, with his execution ability, coupled with this damage resistance buff, he's just able to buff his units up insanely, and it's just ridiculous how crazy he can get. Hey, what's happening, Strat fans? It's me, Colonelstrat, the Strategy Extraordinaire, and here today I figured I was going to show you some Kislev tactics for the new DLC. I will say they have one unit that is just leagues above the others, and I'm going to show them here. I got the 2 new regiments of renown, along with Mother Stankia herself, and her Hag Witch Lord or Hero, which is actually, they're both pretty good because they start mounted, and their mounts are really powerful too. They have a high range damage. That's armor piercing, magical as well, so it does really good against demons, which is who we're going up against. Anything that has a lot of physical resist, they're going to be really good at taking out. The things in the woods, these guys here, with this special regiment of renown has this effect here, Dark Blood Tainted, which reduces healing by 100%. So pretty much any unit like from a Nurgle or or even like Tyrion could get their healing reduced insanely by that contact effect. So it's this unit right here is, you know, probably the best way to deal with for Kislev, to deal with any like unit that out heals themselves. Like Gorst, him healing his zombies up, out healing it. This could deal with that. Of course, it's just one unit, so you're not gonna, you know, the regular ones don't have that you know, dark blood tainted trait. But other than that, I feel like the Akashina ambushers, these ones are called the Wolf Hearts. These Akashina ambushers are probably the Kislev's star unit in this DLC. Plus, they look cool. They're 30 missile strength, armor piercing, 150 range, and as well as a decent weapon strength. Not the greatest armor, but they are pretty good in melee as well. So I think they are the stars of this DLC, and you will see in this showcase. So we're going up against the Nurgle faction, Nurgle and Tzeentch, and you know, we're gonna do our best. But you know, I'm pretty sure you're gonna see how insane these things can be. These new units can be against you know, demon units, which is probably what Kislev needed, especially with these Hag Witch heroes. I always pick the one of Shadows, just because it's a little better than the others. All right, let's go up against. Of course, the Akshinas are the only ones that I will actually use. Are the only ones I'll actually use in Vanguard deployment, just because they're that good. And they also, these ones here, the Wolf Hearts, let's slow this down. Wolf Hearts have this pack trap, which has 3 uses, can be used really well, and then we can use it to keep them bogged down, and then send these guys in here. And of course, this one also gets this foresight ability, which allows us to dampen their missile resist. Alright, let's get there. And then I will use the Mind Razor to buff them up with magical attacks, which is also really good to use. Anything to go against demons, like the magical attacks, are just going to pump through their physical resist. And like, look at that. Look at that. Alright, the Akashina ambushers are going to stay. Colonelstrat does have this heal, which can be really good. And she also has this Spirit Bear magic missile as well. The heal's not as good as, say, Nurgle's healing, but, you know, him casting Flesh of Abundance with the Beowulf on him does not give him any health, and that's always great to see. And they just chomp up infantry so good. So good. Even though they have poison through the Nurgle, they're still doing really well. But you gotta watch out, because we're taking a lot of casualties from Mother Ostankya and the Hag Witch. That's why we're taking a lot of casualties. So you gotta watch out for the little spirit pots, because that does do a lot of damage to your own units. Yeah, so, but we pretty much won this engagement. The Akshinas, even though they have, they have less health than the Plague Bearers and the Tzeentch Blue Horrors, even though both of these units have less points and they cost less, they are more effective against them, because they have Mother Ostankya and the Hag Witch with Lord of Shadows. That's pretty much the bane of the demon's existence with that spell here, with the Mind Razor spell. So I'm going to show you up against a little bit heavier of a demon force using the new what's the name of it? Elemental of Beasts that they get as well, which is really powerful. So let's go into that one now, shall we? Alright, and here we are with it. So it really starts filling up the Hag Witch Skinwalker vibe with this thing right here, the Incarnate Elemental of Beasts. It looks like something that an evil witch would summon up, you know. Even though she's technically neutral because she is trying to save Kislev, it gives it that. And also these things in the woods, it just, you know, they glow like they're kind of an undead unit, but they're not. It looks like their flesh is just patched together. So we're gonna show how useful the incarnate elemental beast is here. This has magical attacks, and this is just a regular one. So it has magical attacks imbued, magical attacks imbued. It has this incarnate flock of doom, which is a direct damage. I think it happens. I don't know if it's a spell. It sounds like a spell. This is my first time using it, Strat fans. It also has a nice physical resistance buff, but the big whopping damage it has is what makes it so powerful. And you know, we have again the Mordheim Beowulfs, which are really, really good, but the regular ones don't have that effect, but they still have a nice physical resist, woodsman, and causes fear, and they have that bonus for his infantry, which gives them so much more weapon damage, and the weapon damage is really good. Even though they can't really be used as a frontline troop because they have so few entities and very, very small health pool compared to other infantries. They just do so well. And again, our Akshina ambushers are really shown to be the MVPs just because they have a decent speed at 36, so they can get away from most infantry units that comes close to them, and they can't fire while moving, but they do have a high damage. 23, even for these guys, 23 missile damage with armor piercing is insane. They have the Kislev trait by our blood, which is always overpowered, and then of course the Wolfhearts have that buffed up to 30, which makes them even better. And then of course we have Stankia, and then the Hagwitch with Shadows. I always do the Shadows one. Death and Wilds are the others. Mother Stankia herself has the lore of Wilds, but it's this right here. This special trait that she can get, the special ability she can get, reduces the missile chance, missile block chance, missile resistance, and armor, which makes it better for our Akshina ambushers to deal damage. So it really, really augments the Akshinas, and they're really such a good unit because these are like these can be your solution to Streltsy, because you know Kislev for the longest time has had Streltsy lines that they don't fire, even though Streltsy are a good unit because they have that double thing. These guys are too, because they still have a decent weapon strength for melee that's armor piercing as well, and I feel like they're actually better because they have a bit longer range. They do about the same missile attack with armor piercing as well, and they're still decent in melee. So I think they're probably good, and they can fire up and over because it's a crossbow. So let's go into the battle, and then we're going to start by opening fire on the bloodletters, and then we're going to have these guys charge up. Mother Stankia charge up, and then the Incarnate is going to attack that great unclean one just to see how good he is. And we're going to fire on those pink horrors. Okay, let's get them. Stop them moving. Let's get these buffed up. Always works. Let's get that buffed up. Alright, and then let's reduce their missile resist here. Now that their missile resist is reduced, or they're completely crumbled, let's go. Alright, and then we can send the Akshinas up against these. Alright, now that we have them all crumpled up in there, you gotta make sure that you don't have these guys fire into into your clops of infantry or even things in the woods, because they're just going to cause them to shatter. But the things in the woods have a really good speed too, so they can catch up to missile units really fast. That's what I've known. So they're, because they're a really speedy unit, they could do that. Carnate Elemental Beast always has the Flock of Doom, I think, on this guy. Yeah, he's got the Flock of Doom causing direct damage to him, so that gives him an edge. And then if we have these guys go up to him, and he's not going to get any more healing done, because he does have that healing spell that he can do, in Cloud of Flies too. But if we can get that healing done to him, yeah, there we go. He's got that healing reduction. He's gonna also not gonna be able to use his heals, so he's gonna, just, wither away, just like that. And that's pretty much it. All these units synergize really well, so I will give Mother Ostankia that. But it does feel a little bit lacking without like a proper Lord, and you do have to filter in some Kislev units to make it feel really good, because amplifying these with like Zarguard or Ice Guard will help a lot. Having some hybrid units, because Mother Ostankia, even though it feels like you want to play like a whole wilderness theme, you can't really do that because the wilderness units don't really go up past tier 2. And then what do you do when you go out and up against like Exalted Bloodletters, or you're going up against dwarves, or heavily armored enemies? You have the Akshinas, but you need some tier 3 units like Zarguard or like Ice Guard. Alright, so that was the 2 tactics. I hope you guys enjoyed these, and as you've seen, the Akshina Ambushers are the MVP. The Things in the Woods are really good as well, and the Incarnate is decent, even though it's got a semi health pool. It's not super great. It does have that augment, that debuff, or like direct damage spell that does it to everything around it. The Flock of Doom that just follows it around, so that gives it an edge in combat. But it's gonna need support to be able to deal with anything as well. Philosopher says, the future is always in motion and change is always going. I don't know about you, but those guys sound like dirty Tzeentch worshippers. Hey Strat fans, it's me, Colonelstrat, the strategy extraordinaire here, and today I'm going to dive into the last of the DLC races and kind of show you a little, the best 3 forms that I've found that he can take. So the Changeling, as you all have probably played the DLC, know, if all of you are first to see the DLC, then the Changeling, what he does is he can take the form of any legendary lord or hero in the game. And this makes him quite powerful, but some legendary lords and heroes are only as good as their items. So the Changeling doesn't have access to their items because they're legendary items. His only good forms are like forms that are good just by themselves. And these can be very limited. Like Tyrion could be a really good form, but if you don't have his Sunfang or Heart of Avalorn, then he's kind of B tier. But on the other side, Skarbrand, he's always good. So I'm going to show you 3 forms today that you can take with him, as well as combined with his 2 new heroes that join him, Cold Hellbrass and the Blue Scribes, to really show how insane they can be together when you have this form as well. And as always, remember, if you like what I do, if you like the channel, if you like seeing these tactics and want me to do more, remember to smash that like button, leave me a comment down below, and maybe sub to the channel too if you like it. And check out my Patreon too. I'm trying to expand a little bit, and also I have a Discord server that I'll link in every video as well. You can catch me on there. I post updates to videos, and eventually I'm going to start doing some game nights, and try to reach out to my community that way. So catch me on there as well, guys. So let's get right into the forms now, shall we? Alright, so the first strat we got here, again, we have the Blue Scribes, and we have Akold down here. But for the Changeling, for his form, I've chosen Kugath Plaguefather. And now, a lot of people wouldn't think he's that good in combat. But the Changeling has a few additions to Kugath that make him really, really good. And plus, Kugath has been the subject of a few minor changes that makes him pretty good now. And he's combined with the Blue Scribes and Akold, they're really good. It's a really good strat to use. So the Blue Scribes are always going to be, there's these 2 little flowing blue horrors that are always up here. And what they do is every time they cast a spell, they get a random spell summoned with them. So like now we've moved the Kugath, and we're able to see all of his abilities. Like he's got this Nurgling tile, which summons a unit of self-destructing Nurglings, which does a hefty amount of damage. Also, he can buff up his melee damage, and he has access to all of his spells, as well as all of his, minor buffs. So he already is really good. And then, of course, he's got all of these different spells that he can spew. And Acold has access to the Breath of Life, which is really, really good regeneration spell. So he's good at killing off hordes and hordes of guys. Now, normally, we wouldn't be able to do this. Normally, we wouldn't have this benefit, because we wouldn't have access to all of these spell lores, and we have to spam we do have to spam a lot of abilities for spells. But Acold has an ability as well that allows him to take his sword and move it around. So if you unlock that ability, you're instantly going to be doing really good. Like right now, we've already routed these three, and Acold is challenging the general, and we haven't taken much damage at all because we're able to heal up. So we've got the Cloud of Flies, got the Arcane Surge going on, we got Greater Arcane Conduit, and the Locust, and all that. So we're able to pump out a lot of magic, and just we have to. It's kind of a little bit of luck of the draw sometimes with this strat, because Blue Scribes, literally every time they cast a spell, your entire kit gets randomized. So you have to kind of pray to RNGesus, which in the Warhammer world is Tzeentch himself. But it can be pretty good, and having a solid choice like Kugath will help keep it solid, because Kugath will always be able to heal. Acold will always have that heal that he has, his passive heal, and he has this Thorn aura, which is actually pretty good at keeping enemies in around here, so they can't run away from you. Now this is against all melee forces. Kugath is very, very susceptible to, like all large entities, very susceptible to being hit by missiles. So if there was a lot of missiles, then he probably wouldn't do as hot. But just like with Scarbrand, there's the same issue comes up. But with all these melee forces, he's going to do really well. So and then Acold here, even though his barrier goes down, his Breath of Life is always active. So the only thing that can really kill him is enemy lords or high damage units. Because even though he does not that much, even though he doesn't do that much damage to heroes, he can do a whole lot of damage to lords. Like right here, that lord is going down. These guys are going to rout soon, and we pretty much won this engagement. Where we started, we were a little bit under. So yeah, we pretty much won this engagement now. And that's the first one there. So again, just to recap, Kugath, really big tank unit. Acold, a lot of damage, and Blue Scribes do their thing with the magic. So let's get into the second form now. Here we are with the second form. So the second one, again, we're bringing the same two heroes, but for this time the changeling has the transformation set to Lord Croak. Now I know what you all are thinking. Oh my god, we couldn't have seen this one coming at all. Lord Croak is not always the best option for most, even though his Deliverance of Itza is really, really good. He is slow moving. He's not really really based for melee combat, because look, his melee attack's 26, his melee defense is 12, so he's not really good for melee combat. But even though he's very slow and he's not really good for melee combat, with the two heroes, they're able to keep him from getting attacked. Even though these guys will gang up on him, he does have a saving grace, his Shield of the Old Ones. Now, it can only be used for 18 seconds, and it's cooldown 120 seconds. So it can only be used a certain amount of time, but it still is pretty good. And The blue scribes here have gotten some really good spells already that they're able to buff up. They're able to buff up Low Croak, and of course, Low Croak having his Deliverance of Itza is going to do really well as well. Like, look, like right here, this Deliverance of Itza is just always so good. Yeah, it's always so good. I wonder if it's where is it going? Come on, it's gonna go soon. He still does decent amount of melee damage, but you know he gets hit a lot more often than before. So, but as you see, we were able to rout those two pretty easily this time. Even though this character isn't as good as Kugath in a melee fight, with Acold helping, as well as the blue scribes casting away, they're casting random spells, and we got some good RNG this time too, so we were able to cast really good spells. And if we get him in the middle of it and he blobs them up, that's a perfect way to cast Deliverance of Itza. Like, watch, it's a perfect way to blob them up and get some good Deliverance of Itza casts. Like, we're just able to get them here, and then if we combine that with Acold's little, you know, spell here that reduces their movement speed by 45%, we're able to get massive kills like this. Like, look, that was insane. 60 kills just like that, and those two are already routing. So now, pretty much, the balance of power is completely flipped in our favor now. The enemy are down 100 guys, but they're also, most of them are routing, so it's already doing really well. And then we get a summon spell from the blue scribes, and we get a unit of zombies on the field. So it could be anybody's guess. We could get any spells that could benefit, but the blue scribes, it's just complete utter like chaos with what spells they get. But they always get a decent spell. I've seen they always get one decent one, no matter what. And then this is another Deliverance right here. This is going to win it. This one's going to win it. And, you know, so we could just blob them up like this with Croak. And then Acold can deal with the heavy units like the General, the Blue Scribes helping Croak, or, you know, with special destruction spells or whatever. It just sows chaos. And it's so good of a strat. Like, boom! Right there. And that's pretty much going to be the army losses. That's going to be the army losses right there. I bet you. Yep, we just got one more. We just got these few more here, but already it didn't take as long as with Kugath, and we're able to do a whole lot more damage. Even though Acold took a little bit of a hit, he's got a lot of regen that he's able to regen all of it back, and Croak took a huge hit, so you're going to want to supplement these with some troops. You can't just have these three on the field, because eventually Croak will croak out. But you know, he still is pretty beast of a character to pick for the Changeling, and I do recommend him pretty high on the list with Kugath as well. Pretty much wraps up this one. There we go. So now let's go on to a tier 3, or to the third one. And finally, here we are with the third form, and of course, it has to be Skarbrand. Skarbrand the Exiled is probably one of the most overpowered forms to get for the Changeling, and I always recommend it, even though I've seen everybody, you know, post like we're gonna getting Skarbrand as the Changeling's OP form. The Changeling can do this ability where he gets a decoy to try to, you know, get them to chase after him, but you know, Skarbrand's form is insane, and you know, even though he's a monstrous, you know, a big old scary monster, he still does really good. Combined with Acold, you know, dealing some damage with them, and the Blue Scribes casting random spells all the time that help Skarbrand as well. He just does so much damage, and it's awesome to bring him in to just, you know, rake them up, just like if you were playing Skarbrand without having to deal with Skarbrand's faction mechanics, you know. So it's a really good one, and you know, combined with the Blue Scribes doing so much chaos to the enemy, they're able to do so much. and Acold holds down a lot of them over here, so Skarbrand doesn't get overwhelmed. Skarbrand can rampage them as well as do his all of his special abilities. He's got Frenzy already. Again, you know, that weapon damage is just insane. And if you combine this with the Changeling skills that add more physical resist, that add more spell resist, that add more more weapon damage and health points to Skarbrand's model, he becomes unstoppable, because then he gets over like 10k health. He's got like 20-40% physical resist, I believe. He just gets overpowered when you get the Changeling's campaign effects onto him. Like here, he's still pretty overpowered in the Changeling's form, but you know, he's not that overpowered, and he can actually take a hit from the spears, doing bonus versus large damage against him. But he still does really good because he's got flaming and magical attacks, because, you know, Zinch, because he's Zinch in disguise. But he's still got 20% physical resist and 25% spell resist. He's got Fueled by Rage, he's got Frenzy, he's got his 3 active abilities. You know, he's got all of this going on, as well as an insane amount of weapon damage that he's just able to dish out and keep and blob up the enemy forces, to where the blue scribes are able to cast like vortex spells or breath spells to do a lot of damage, while Skarbrand's keeping them blobbed up. And then Acold is able to deal with their leadership and then blob up the other ones. I'm going to speed this up a little bit, because it kind of gets a little boring how, you know, they're not charging in and we're getting that kind of random lame spells from the blue scribes. So we're trying to just, you know, get a bunch of them killed. And there we go. There goes their leader, and Skarbrand just killing away, and Acold is just holding them up there. And it's just, it creates a power dynamic between the two, that they just clump them up in 2 clumps. The blue scribes hit the clumps with hopefully, if you get like vortex spells, you're able to hit the clumps with the blue scribes. Again, it's not guaranteed because it is RNG's, but never send the blue scribes in, because I'm about to show you what they are like on the ground. They are not meant for melee combat. Like, see, they do that. That's what they do. But they have like no melee defense. 25 melee defense. That is nothing. They get hit so easily, and their shield is almost always already depleted, and they've done like no damage. So never send them down. That was a blunder on my part, but doing spells like this, like I think this is the lightning spell, I believe. Yeah, I believe it's the lightning spell. No, it's the piercing shards. Yeah, doing spells like that is always worth it, because that does a whole bunch of damage. You blob up the enemy units, you're able to do a lot of damage, and this strat is mostly effective. These 3 forms are mostly effective against blobs of enemy units. They aren't really good against heroes, because they're meant to be big bad monsters that just destroy blobs. And Acold is good against the heroes. He can help counter them, but the blue scribes and the changeling forms are not going to do well against them. See, blue scribes already at half health. They just don't have they're not made for melee combat, not like these two are. These 2 powerhouses are made to just pull them in. The blue scribes, dunk them down with vortex spells. That way you get a lot of damage to them. But because these guys are single entities, Acold can pretty much tank it, because he gets so much of a heal. He gets 10% heal every second. He gets a 10% heal. So that's insane. And now we get a Blossom Wind here, which is pretty good, but I think I missed most of them, which kind of sucks, but you know, okay. Again, I still get a decent amount killed, and then he gets shattered. So, and then now we've killed quite a bit. Skarbrand had to face a little bit more. I added 4 extra units on top of it, so he dealt with a little bit more.
Hey Strat fans, it's me, Colonelstrat, the strategy extraordinaire here, and we all know that I'm a big dwarf lover, right? I told you from day one that I started back up on the channel that the dwarves are my favorite race in Warhammer 3, but did you know that there are more ways to play with them than just the simple tactic I showed you of shield wall? Well, in this video, I'm going to show you how they're a force to be reckoned with their powerful artillery, their sturdy infantry, and all of their special mechanics. I'm going to show you how to dominate with them and take out all their enemies in the old world and the new world combined. First up, it's time to bring the heat with rain fire. This tactic is used to great effect when you deploy flame cannons and iron drakes along with a simple melee line to cover the base of it. What you're going to need is you're going to need to bring at least 3 flame cannons. More is obviously good, but 3 is the bare minimum, with 2 iron drakes at least for the sides, and then your simple melee line, like iron breakers, would be a top tier, but anything that has a shield will be fine to cover the front of the tactic. And you're going to do like a pincer move where you surround and envelop the enemy forces and just barrage them with fire, and they will just melt under the intense heat. The flame cannons will cause disruption with their splash damage, and the iron drakes will just splash them up on the sides, keeping the enemy infantry in the box, and you just use your infantry units to box them in and keep them occupied while your flame units do the damage. So basically what you're going to do with this rain fire tactic is you're going to want to have a setup like this with a straight line right here of decent melee infantry like Longbeards, iron drakes on the sides with a slight angle to try to cover their the inside angles, as well as to keep any cavalry off your flanks. And then of course bring up the rear as your flame cannons with your hero kind of in the middle to try to buff up the infantry, keep them in line. So that's pretty much how we're going to tackle this. And you can adjust the angle on the iron drakes, but you want to be careful because you don't want them to, overlap into your infantry. You want them to be able to do enough, and you want to keep them up there. I usually suggest locking the group so that you can move them as one. And we're going to show you a test here against a simple orc army that's going to pretty much just bringing the same, like a melee line to confront ours, but we're going to be able to nuke them before they get to us. So we're going to show that right here. Alright, we maybe move a little bit up, but this is a primarily defensive tactic, so you're not going to really have to worry about moving that much. But you get set up, you pretty much just defend your flanks, and as the enemy comes in, you box them in with flames on the sides and from the rear. Again, you want to make sure that you get as much, fires off with the flame cannons before they get here, because that's going to do most of the damage. You might do some damage to your actual units, so you want to be more sparing of it once they reach here, but flanking them with this flame damage on the sides is going to be more than enough to do a whole heap load of damage against them. So we're going to be able to show it off here, showcase it. And then get as many fires off with the flame cannon as we hoped. But we are going to get a good amount off. And we're already showing on the sides a whole bunch of flames just tearing them up before they even got to our lines. Oh, can't have that. No skirmish on. No skirmish. You got to trust your iron drakes, so don't be skirmishing them. See what I mean, though? Sometimes you can have a little friendly fire, so that's not good. But we still did pretty good for what we took. And your dwarven infantry is usually, good enough to not have to deal with it, but you want to, as soon as possible, not have your flame cannons be on fire at will, because you don't want to cause damage to your own troops, which I just did. Alright, but as you can see, the orcs were routed fairly quickly because we're able to just melt them down, and this does really well against lower tier infantry, but the more higher tier you get and more armor, the less damage you're going to do, because this doesn't do heavy armor piercing, but it still does do a decent amount. So it's going to be able to, we're practically just melting them down. So that's why it's very, very effective. Very effective. It was well effective if we were set up properly, but of course the AI had other plans. My AI. Alright, but yeah, we're doing the work. We're doing the Lord's work here. Again, manually picking your targets is probably the best micro for this. You're going to want to have to micro it so that you don't accidentally hit your own troops, because again, you don't want them doing that much damage to you. But you can always move these guys up to try to close it on the sides. especially when they're dealing with, you know, troops that are actively avoiding them. Because the Iron Drakes do a hefty amount of damage with the little flamethrowers they have. Alright, and that pretty much shows the tactic. It's pretty simple to set up, very easy and effective to pull off, and you know, it does its work. It does the Lord's work pretty well, and does a whole lot of damage to them. And you know, you can't really go wrong with a Dwarven artillery and flame mashup. So I hope that you guys enjoyed this one. Let's go on to the next tactic now. The second tactic I have is a tactic that mirrors one that I've showed on the channel with Grand Cathay, but you can use this. What makes this different is that you can use it in multiple instances. You can multiply it. I call it the box, and it's basically a mirror of common tactics in the real world of the square formation. But however, this square is not similar. It is similar, but it's not the same as it is in the real world. To use this tactic, what you want to deploy your melee infantry in a box around your missile and artillery troops. This will protect them, the vulnerable missile troops, as they continue to pepper the enemy with their overhead projectiles. It doesn't work with straight line projectiles, but if you have like a grudge thrower or even a flame cannon, you'll be doing just fine. Anything that has straight projectiles, though, is going to have a problem, because it's going to have a problem shooting through your infantry. But you box them up, and you have your missiles on angles so they can cover all bases around it in a 360-degree fire arc. And you can multiply this because all you really need is 6 units, 2 missile troops and 4 infantry troops. You just need to make sure that they have a shield so that they can protect fire from their angle. Of course, if the enemy launches over and they're sitting at a right angle on the sides, they're going to take some more fire, but the ones in front won't. They'll take reduced fire depending on how much that shield does. Alright, and here we are with showcasing the box. So you may have noticed that each one of these perfect squares. So again, all you need is like 4 infantry units to make the box, at least a couple missile units, and you could even throw in an artillery unit as well to give yourself some more range in the box to get them down before the enemy comes near. Now the box is vulnerable to only one type of unit, and that's flying units that can fly over the infantry units. But any other type of unit, like if it's a fully ground-based army, they're going to have trouble breaking the box, especially if you have very heavily defensive units like Dwarven Longbeards here are very, very high armor, and they have a lot of they have a shield, they have high armor value, they have high leadership and good melee defense. They're going to do really well at keeping the enemy at bay and keeping them off your missile units. Now, the only other problem you can have is like lords and heroes breaking through, because they could break through one unit pretty easily. So you'll want to like move your lord or hero around to try to deal with the enemy lord or hero. But all the basic infantry just going to fall. They're just going to fall on your. They're going to fall at your ranks. And what you want to do is you'll want to set up your catapults or any of your artillery units in the middle, like as close to the middle as possible. Try to keep your entities out of the melee line, because if the enemy goes through and they hit one of your entities, if they're standing in the melee line, they will be pulled into melee and thus won't be firing anymore. For your missiles, again, I do like an X formation or like a cross. This is like an X formation here, just so you can cover that angle here. See these angles of fire? These angles of fire are insane. So we're going to be able to cover quite a bit, and they actually, if you place them close enough, they can overlap and do damage to both enemies, especially if like one square defeats their forces before. You could split up the enemy forces because they have to attack both squares. So there's already split, and then if if one square defeats the enemy that are assailing it first, then they can help the other square defeat their enemies. Like this right square here is going to take a lot of damage. It's going to take the bulk of the enemy forces, whereas this square is kind of light on the enemy forces. But the thing is, with these ranges, we're going to be able to cover all of this area here, like almost a whole square. It's going to be covered by one of our quarrelers as well. so we can cover them with extra support once we've dealt with them. Of course, you know, the grudge throwers are going to do a lot of damage, but once the enemy locks into the square, your artillery is going to be practically useless unless they have further units back. Like, your artillery is there just to deal with, like, ranged units attacking the square. That's why I suggest having an artillery unit in the middle. But now they're coming close. They're going to close in on the squares. Like I said, closer you have them, more interlocking fields you have, you're going to be able to do a lot more damage to the enemy squares. And I just let them pick their targets, because if you try to move them, the AI will try to, like, you know, reposition, and sometimes they get stuck into the melee line when they do that. So that they're colliding with the squares already. This one looks like it's going to fare better than this one because they have more units, and the Lord is over here, so he's going to do a lot of damage. But so far, pretty much what I expected. Sometimes your units will break formation, like right here, they're breaking formation to engage these units here. But over here, they're doing the same, but it still leaves them. It leaves them a little exposed here. But only a cavalry unit can go in there. So any other unit can't really go in there. And even if a cavalry unit goes in there, chances are this Longbeard unit's going to intercept them before they come in, because they have the guard mode on, so they're going to intercept the enemies first. So we're still doing pretty good. We're holding. We're doing a lot of damage. The quarrelers are firing, so they're going to continue to pepper the enemy while they're colliding with our square. And the big thing is, we are encouraged by nearby units, and our leadership is buffed because we're not attacked. Like, you know, here they are attacked in the rear on this one, but that's just because the angle was wrong. But every other unit has a morale boost because they have units nearby them. So that's why this is such an effective tactic, because this unit cohesion just makes it to where, you know, they can weather any storm. And this makes, I like this one better than striking turtle, because you can duplicate it like you see here. The more armies you have, the more you can duplicate it. Like if you have 2 armies, you can have like 4 squares on the map and just can weather any storm. Like I said, the only units they're susceptible to is the flying units that can fly down over your infantry and just hit your missile units immediately and cause havoc. But those are few and far between, and when they do happen, I would just suggest to have a different tactic, or to have more skilled, like maybe rangers, or something with a bit more of a heavy missile attack, and have them shoot down those flying units, because they're particularly lightly armored, so they don't really have that good of armor. So we've already driven them off of this square here, and now we're starting to have these quarrelers fire support shots to help this square out. And this square's still holding, but it's pretty much broken. But and now the quarrelers are in melee combat, so that's not ideal. But you know, the Lord charged through, so I knew that was going to happen. But we're still holding particularly well. Our backline is still secured, so morale's still decent, even though we are losing some troops. At this point, that's when I decided to take Thorgrim over there to help them out, because his ability for increased melee defense really buffs up the squares, and the enemy's still failing to break the square completely. They're just, you know, it's mostly the Lord that's doing the damage, because in skirmish he can get some pretty powerful items that they can activate. But still, you know, the enemy's going to launch wave after wave at your squares, and you're going to want to just keep them shored up. Leader abilities like increasing melee defense, regeneration, or you know, any healing abilities come in massively in handy with this tactic. Any wind abilities I would not suggest, or vortex abilities, because all your units are clumpled up. So if the vortex or the wind goes differently, then it could easily take out half your troops. So I would not recommend those with this tactic. But any like buffing spells, or any armor spells, or melee defense buffing skills, any of those ones I would recommend, because it just makes them more formidable. You know, melee defense is your biggest ally here, because you know, you're gonna be dealing with a lot of enemy big attacky, and the biggest role of the infantry forces in this formation is to keep the enemy out. So yeah, it's pretty much over for the orcs now. They've clashed upon our squares twice now, and they've been driven back both times. We took very low casualties. The biggest casualty was here, but that's because the war boss is here. But we are peppering him with quarreler fire, so it is doing its work. But you know, that's the only big struggle with this tactic, is you want to try to have a lord and a hero, or a hero in as many of the squares as you do. And you could make one gigantic square out of all of them, but you know, that just leaves more avenues for the enemy to attack, and more, like, the reason why I have them in such tight-knit squares is because they do more damage that way. You know, you see two of these units, like the backline units, didn't do anything. But if we were having like a big square, there'd be a lot more units sitting around doing nothing when they could be doing something and helping. So that's the square tactic. Very effective for the dwarves, very effective for any defensive faction. And you know, just like Striking Turtle, it's very effective. It's stationary, but you can duplicate it, which the Striking Turtle you can't really. So I hope you guys enjoyed this one. Let's go on to our third tactic. The last tactic I have today is one I like to call Rune Mastery. To employ this tactic, you'll need to have at least one runesmith with a rune of negation or the rune of protection. You can only use one of these runes at a time, but each one provide an insane amount of protection. And it's really simple to do this tactic. All you have to do is take a whole bunch of tanky infantry, like Longbeards, even regular dwarf warriors could do the trick with this one. And you make an infantry blob. I would say probably around 6 to 8 of them, and you'll want to move them all together, like you move their formations together where they blob, and then you hit one with one of your runes of protection or negation, and it buffs up their damage resist, their ward save or their armor to insane levels where they're going to be able to tank anything. And you can use this most effectively to swarm enemy enemy monsters, because they're not going to be able to, you know, move around and maneuver. They're going to do some damage to your troops, but you're going to be able to whittle them down eventually. And also, this could be used to great effect to almost negate enemy missile fire. So if ever you want to do this, those are the two best ways to do it. And it's a very effective tactic, and very simple as well, because all you have to do is just need one runesmith and a bunch of infantry units. So for this one, what you're going to want to do is, I will have to amend my previous statement. Rune of Negation is probably not as effective as Rune of Oath and Steel, the protection rune, because this rune is an area of effect, but Negation is only one unit. So we're going to wait until the enemy gets into conflict with us, and then we're going to pop our Rune of Oath and Steel, so that we do a whole lot of damage. Well, we take a whole lot of damage reduction with the buffed up armor. And then you know, like right here, we pop this, and all of our troops globbed up. They're going to be doing get a whole lot of armor, and just going to be able to tank almost anything. So again, it's only one area, so I usually do Rune of Wrath and Ruin next, so I can break the infantry blob like that. Does a whole lot of damage. And then we're waiting for our Rune of Oath and Steel to get back up. Dwarf units are usually high tier, and you'll want to just, you know, keep them like that. So we could do the Rune of Speed, which gives more melee attack. Negation is only for one unit, but this one could do all units. So what we're going to do is we're going to spam this one, the Rune of Oath and Steel, next, and we're going to see how it just completely buffs up our troops again. And they go up to, see right now, some of them are up to like 100 already now, so that's already up by 25 points just by having Thorek here. And then we bump them up another 60. Thorek by himself gives a passive buff as well as a passive debuff to enemies, Forge Fire. So he buffs up his troops a whole lot. Now we're going to be able to do the Forge Fire, or the Rune of Wrath and Ruin. Again, you can just keep spamming these runes. and you know, just do as much damage as you can to the enemy units. If they're globbed up like you, they're going to take a lot of damage. Like right there, that unit, those units are gone, and that's already. I mean, we caused some damage to our own units, but the enemy units are going to start retreating, and that includes the enemy lord is retreating too. So again, I go between these two usually, because it's a nice duality, and eventually, so they have more units than us, but because of this tactic I'm using, I'm able to outlast them by buffing up my troops with increased armor, and using the Rune of Wrath and Ruin. You want to be careful that if the enemy is too close, you're going to do some damage, like I did some damage to my units, but we're still going to do pretty decently. It does take a while, so I'll speed it up a little bit. We only took like not even 200 casualties, and we killed a whole lot more than they had, than we had. We killed our amount and more. So now the enemy's starting to retreat. Yep, there we go. Now they broke. So yeah, that's pretty much the rune mastery. Is that you just spam these 3 runes. Any other rune, like the Rune of Negation, is okay, but I wouldn't use it over the Rune of Oath and Steel, because it only targets 1 unit now. It used to target, like, it used to do an area of effect, but it only targets 1 unit now. I had forgotten that it did that. The same for the Rune of Breaking, only targets 1 unit. So again, if you have more insane units, like if you have some hammerers or something, then you could use these 2 runes, but I usually just use the Rune of Speed to get more melee attack off. I use the Rune of Oath and Steel, and the Rune of Wrath and Ruin. Wrath and Ruin to do damage, Oath and Steel to protect my troops, and if you have Thoric, you can do his Rune of Doom, and if you have his armor, his special armor, he's gonna be able to buff up your troops and give them flame resistance. So he's pretty OP, and he's probably the best one to use with this tactic.
The Lizardmen jungle continent of Lestria holds many dino monsters with specific abilities and uses, but the core 3 have very specific uses in battle. These are the Bastiladon, the Stegodon, and the Carnosaur. Now, I've explored monster tactics in the past, such as Monsters Mayhem and Monster Soaker, but this is the most sophisticated way for Lizardmen players to use their monsters. I was brought this idea by a fellow strategy enjoyer on my TikTok, and he brought to light a lot of the different uses that Lizardmen monsters can be used. So I like to affectionately call this tactic Monster Management, and dedicated to him. You know who you are. One that we had long, lengthy talks about, well, just between the comment section, and that inspired me to make this video. So this one's to you, old boy. It's using their strengths to put them in a place that if they rampage, they can still do good damage and stay alive. Controlling rampage and using your monsters right can be the reason between victory and defeat for many Lizardmen players. And today I hope to show you guys just how to effectively use each monster to dominate the jungles of Lestria. And here we are with the first one, first iteration. We brought 4 Carnosaurs supporting a simple melee line. Well, it is a tier 3 melee line against another tier 3 melee line. Well, technically Storm Vermin tier 2, but they're counted as tier 3 for Skaven. So we pretty much brought 4 Carnosaurs on the side, and what Carnosaurs are used best for is for flanking around, because they have an insane amount of speed. Like, the Carnosaurs have 75 speed, which is pretty fast for a monster unit, so they can flank around the sides and get the enemy missile troops up in disarray. So now they brought some heavy armor-piercing troops here with these Poison Wind Globadiers, and they will make short work of our line troops if we're not able to disrupt them with our Carnosaurs here. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a simple maneuver around, and have the line troops meet them in the middle, and then the Carnosaurs will come around the sides and fuck up the missile troops, so that they can't fire on the melee troops, and the melee troops will win the fight. So in typical, this would be towards the Skaven victory if we didn't have these monsters. But these monsters here, the Carnosaurs, with their superior speed, it's good for them to rampage into there. Now they can, when they rampage, they'll just ignore orders. So if they're in like a squishy unit like these back units here, if they happen to rampage, then they'll be just fine. That's a good place for them to be. Not in a spear wall, not in anything with a lot of weapon strength. Like, these guys would still be okay. But if they were in like anything anti-large, they'd be ripped from limb. So again, these guys are anti-large themselves too, so they could do good against enemy monsters. But I usually use them to like get behind and to get into the enemy backline and do some damage, cause some havoc. So we're going to speed this up a little bit. Alright, and then see, we're deploying them into the backline. The enemy is able to get off a few Poison Wind Globadier strikes, which is causing havoc on one of our troops. But we've got these Globadiers are now stopped. You know, the Carnosaurs in there are ricking them up, and the other Carnosaurs coming for them. You know, they're going to start retreating, so pretty much they're just in disarray. Now, what you're going to want to do is, for this tactic, Micro is your best ally, because these monsters, they can get confused. Like you see right there, he's glitching out. He got confused, so you got to keep them in the fight. They're gonna slowly, like after they do the animation, they're gonna stop fighting, and you're gonna want to make sure that you're on them so that they micro into these little blobs here, because that's what you're gonna want. The blob is the best way for the Carnosaurs to do their damage against infantry units. So that is great. Right now they are wrecking. It is wrecking these Poison Wind Globadiers here. These Gutter Runners are getting away a little bit faster because they're a little faster than the Globadiers, but they're still getting hit, and you know, it's gonna do some damage to them, and it's laying off our Saurus Temple Guard up here, so the Temple Guard are able to hold their own, and Gorok himself is able to hold his own as well. So yeah, just have to keep the enemy. You have to keep microing them until they die. So this will take some time. So I'm fast forwarding through it. You know, it's just, as you see, you're able to chase them away, so it gets them off of your enemy. That gets the enemy off your units, but still you're going to you know, want to keep microing it, because again, your feral Carnosaurs can go out of there. But once you do rout these enemy units, feel free to charge them into the back line for some good old hammer and anvil, like so, and it helps them out a lot. It'll help out the front line, keep the front line alive, and pretty much keep the enemy in disarray. But you'll want to be careful, because if you get them touched up in a big blob like that, they might be hard for them to get out, or they might just start sitting here if you forget about them. So you'll want to keep them going. Like right here, I forgot about him, but you want to keep them going so that they get more kills and that they keep them on the run. Because if you keep the enemy missile troops on the run, they're not going to be able to do their superior missile damage, and they're going to falter. So Carnosaurs, like I said, best used against enemy missile troops because of their fast speed. They're able to catch them, especially Skaven, and any enemy light troops in the back line. They're just great for that and great for flanking, and they're like a big old cavalry unit, you know. That's what I treat them as. So, oh, look at him, he's getting a nice meal. Yes, there we go. The dino got a good meal. So yeah, and eventually you'll just wear them down to where you'll be able to do enough damage and just chase them around, and you know, the Carnosaurs will be able to catch up to them eventually and just wear them out and kill them all. So that's pretty much how you use the Carnosaurs here. Alright, next up is the Bastiladons. So the Bastiladons have a lot of different ways of you know, play, because they have so many different variants. So to use them effectively, I try to use a cluster of different variants. So I usually take the Bastiladons with the Arc of Sotek for support in the main line, because the poison damage that the Arc of Sotek gives is really good. You want to have a Revivification Crystal as well for healing, and again, they do all have skinks on them that cause some poison damage. The Bastiladon with a Solar Engine is really good for sniping enemies, so like, you know, high tiered like lords and stuff, it's really good for sniping. But overall, Bastiladons are generally a support unit, so they're not going to really be good at getting around to the enemy because their speed is very minimal. But they have a lot of armor, like compared to the Carnosaur, they have a whole ton of armor. So they are massive tanks, and they have so much utility with these extra variants like the Arc of Sotek, the Solar Engine, and the Revivification Crystal. Plus them being regular Bastiladons, they get a missile attack too, just like Stegodons do. The feral ones don't get them at all. but the regular ones do, and they have charge. Wait, no, I think he has charge reflect. No, they have primal instincts, which gives them a small buff whenever they go, whenever they're under pressure and they rampage. So that does buff them up a little bit. So they're a little different than typical lizardmen, but you know, they're still good. And we'll have the solar engine fire at the Lord. And if you activate the Orc or Sotek, you're going to do a lot of damage to the enemy forces. You know, so that's always good. And you just go bowl through them and do a lot of damage. But again, that's not going to be so much damage against these guys because these guys have armor. So it's not going to be that good. Alright. Let's get this guy down. There we go. Let's fire at these guys then. So again, you know, Arc of Sotek, good to use. Really good to use for some damage over time. But it's not going to do so much damage over time. Revivification Crystal is good for healings. So again, if you want to heal up other Basilodons, or if you want to heal up try to heal up some infantry units, really good for that. So always nice to have that utility in the Revivification Crystals. Oh boy, they got Gorok surrounded. Let's fire at the Warlord then. So again, you know, having the enemy has us surrounded, so we're gonna have to work extra hard to take them down. It becomes a slog, you know. Becomes a bit of a slog after a while. But you keep activating these abilities and using what you can. Oh Jesus. Yeah, these guys are really, really tanky, so they're able to hold their own. Okay, let's get them in there. I don't really use the solar engine against fights like this as much, because again, you're not going to really do much damage. Okay, let's heal up some of our troops. Yeah, let's get our troops healed up a little bit. There we go. Get some Arc of Sotek going. Because again, we are winning. You know, we're killing them. It's just, you know, because they're tier 2 units, they're taking less than us. I mean, actually, they've taken more than us on all fronts, because we do have ours are tier 3 units technically. All right, now we're starting to really get some results. So I see, as I told you, these guys can take a beating, and they have poison damage, which reduces the enemy's attack. So they're just all around a good unit for support. That's what they're good for. So you'll want them to rampage when they're attacking a infantry unit that is like low tier or doesn't have a lot of armor piercing, so that they can do their damage and not take as much damage. You know, if you're going against an armor piercing target or a target that has anti-large, you're gonna have a bad time. But if you're going against, like, you know, regular troops, you know, you're going to be just fine. Like these storm vermin are a special case, but it's just because they have a lot of armor, but they aren't doing as much armor piercing, so they're not able to really get to the Basilodon. So that's why we're winning, because the Basilodons are able to tank most of their damage. And again, none of them have rampaged yet. Oh, well, there we go. None of them rampaged. But in a thicker fight with other things shooting them, they might rampage. You want to keep them up front supporting the troops. That way they can tank a lot of the damage, you know. And other than the solar engine, you want to keep them up front, because the solar engine is going to be useless up front. It's not going to do. It's going to do just its base weapon strength for its melee attack. But its solar engine on the back is what does the most. It's a great artillery piece for the lizardmen. So that's the Basilodon. So let's now go into the Stegodon. All right, and here we are with our Stegodons, our good old-fashioned Stegodons. Now I know what you're saying. What you might say, oh, where are the ancient Stegodons? Where are the Engine of the Gods Stegodons? Well, these regular Stegodons are better. I'm sorry to say, but these tier 4 regular Stegodons are better. They have high armor piercing, poisonous missile strength, as well as still a high weapon strength for their, you know, going into melee, and a really high armor stat. So they're really tanky missile platforms. And the the Ancient Stegodon does away with the armor piercing in favor of more regular damage, and the Engine of the Gods does away with both of them for a special ability. So I don't really believe in those two. I don't use them in my armies as much as regular Stegodons just because they're that good. So you're going to see how powerful these units are against basically the same setup we had with the Carnosaurs. The Stegodons are going to want to stay out of the fight. So while the Carnosaurs want to go into the back line, the Bastiladons want to go into the support line. The Bastiladons, they stay out of the fight. So these are the ones you're going to want to use. You're going to want to use cold-blooded on whenever you can, because these ones are the ones that are going to rampage and start, attacking with melee when they should be doing stuff in missile, because they have such a good missile attack that's armor piercing that they should use that first before they go into melee. Even though the melee stat is technically higher, I would rather them stay in missile so that they can do most of their damage on missile. Plus they have an insane range too, so they can already hit these guys from here. They can already hit them from over here. So it's not even like a contest. They can already hit them from over here. So they're doing really well. They are really well at their job. So they can stay out of harm's way, do a lot of damage, keep the enemy missile troops down, or just, hit them. They're able to get them from all the way over here. So that is one thing that's really good about the Stegodons. So they're already able to hit these enemy missile troops. The missile troops are going to try to go around to get to them. They're taking heavy the closer they get, the more casualties they take. They don't have a lot of ammunition, so you want to be sparing with it. But again, you're going to do a lot of damage with these guys, especially if you can get in the back line. Look, see, they're taking lots of damage. These Globadiers are. They're trying to get here to disrupt our Stegodons, but our Stegodons are able to fire up and over because of their insane range. So yeah, you want to just keep these guys out of the fight as much as possible, because they're going to do so well when they're out of the fight. Well, out of the melee fight, When they're in the missile fight, they're going to do really well. But they want to keep them out of the melee fight so that they can do their work. See, they've already caused these poison wind to rout. These other poison winds are going to rout soon. We might lose a unit because the Stegodons do fire very slowly. At least they are this time. I don't know why. Maybe it's a bug, or maybe we have to get closer. I don't know if they can fire while moving. No, they can't. But that's okay. We'll get them there. Let's get these guys over here. I think they were hitting the regular troops, because they do fire on their own when they're within range. I think they were hitting the regular troops. I don't think they were hitting the Globadiers. I think only the main missile was hitting the Globadiers, while the other missiles were hitting like the regular storm vermin. Again, see, they're going to do some damage to them, but not so much that it's going to cause them to rout. And they've already done a lot of damage to the Globadiers and all the missile troops. So yeah. We might lose these guys. Yeah, we lost those guys, but that's okay. That is okay, because we're still going to lose they're still going to lose the Globadiers. Well, they might come back. Yeah, they might come back. That's okay. Again, you want to try to get them a little closer so that all their skinks can fire, because look at all that damage they just did when they were closer. There we go. Now they're routing. And still, pretty similar outcome. Lost a few more guys, but pretty similar outcome. And we still had all of our guys. So, like I said, Stegodons, you want to keep them close, but not too far, so that they can do their missile damage. Because if they're close enough, all their skinks are going to fire. If not, only the ballista will fire. So the ballista still does a decent amount of damage, but if you have all the skinks firing, like right on top of them, they're going to do a whole lot more damage. So they're made to go close to the enemy, but you don't want to get them too close, because then they start taking fire and they'll start to rampage. That's why you'll have to use cold-blooded on them. And I would always prioritize, if you have Stegodons in your army, to use cold-blooded on them, so that they don't rush in and waste their missile attack. Again, the skinks will still shoot, even if their ballista isn't, but the ballista is pretty powerful, as you saw.
Hello, what's going on, Strat fans? It's me, Colonelstrat, the strategy extraordinaire here. And I have to apologize. I lost the audio for this episode, so I will be It'll look a little weird with how my head moves and everything, so I do apologize for that. But this tactic here I wanted to show you is the good old the good old meat shield tactic. Now the meat shield tactic has been around for ages, since the time of Warhammer 1, and with your peasants, flank charging into the enemy lines, soaking them up so that your Grail Guardians could charge in from behind, to the Empire with your great swords and your sword, just lowly swordsmen holding the enemy down while your rocket artillery sheds them to pieces. It's a tactic as old as time in Total War, but the Chaos Dwarves do it best because they have just such good artillery that is just able to amplify it to a greater extent. And even though they don't have as good a units for keeping the enemy at bay, they are better. So we're going to get into the battle here. So these, what you want to do is you got to make sure these orc laborers. We're going to pause here so that we can send them in. What we want to try to do is we want to try to keep all of them bogged down. Not one gets through the line, because if one gets through the line, it's just going to fuck up the artillery, mess up the tactics. So we're going to make sure the artillery's firing as well from the start, so we can start weakening up the units. Because even though the AI will still fire into our lines, if it has no other choice, it'll try to avoid it. So you want to get as many hits in as possible before. And the more damage you do, the better your line will hold as well before they reach. So having artillery that has bigger range is always going to be better too, because you're going to be able to get more shots in before they reach the line that's supposed to intercept them. So as we get closer, we're getting some good shots. You also, the beauty of this tactics is you can pick and choose the right targets to attack. Like those black orcs there, we can hit them first before they get a chance to really do damage to the line and punch through, because we get time to choose it. And you just have to learn to not worry about your main units. So as we pause here, we see we're all connected. We're all smushed together. The orc laborers have done their job. They've connected the line, and they've stopped them from advancing. So now we start the long, arduous process of blowing them to bits. So, and we got to make sure, and sometimes if you have some extra ones, if like cavalry comes in, then you might want to keep them on the sides there, so that they can, so that they can intercept the cavalry, because the orc laborers do have a decent speed, and they'll be able to keep them busy. So then they'll catch the cavalry. Then because the all Chaos Dwarf artillery can move pretty easily because it's motorized, they can move around and maneuver, and then dunk on the cavalry as well. There's a good one right in the middle. But we took a lot of casualties ourselves too. There we go. Get him, Zatan. And while Zatan's dueling, the enemy's line is collapsing, and we want to try to spread out our artillery fire so that we can help all fronts. Because, like I said, sometimes, like over on the left-hand side, we already have one that's retreating, because the orc laborers are not known for their leadership. Alrighty. And we always want to try to snipe the returning units as well. Again, that's the advantage of having long range. And this artillery is just so powerful that it takes only a little bit for it to be for you to start seeing you getting an upper hand. Though, like I said, you will take a lot of casualties by yourself with this tactic, because you will do a lot of damage to yourself. Ooh, like that. We took a lot of damage there, but we routed the unit. So it works. It works in the end. even though we've routed as well, we still were able to rout the unit. And that's what the whole point of the laborers is to keep the unit in place so it can't just leave, you know, because the unit can't just leave an engagement. They have to, you know, they have to win the engagement to be able to move. Alright, and it should be wrapping up soon. We're starting to rout the rest of them. And by now, our victory is certain. You know, if the enemy had broken through, and we had a more like incline where we didn't have a clear shot, and we didn't get enough shots off, they might have been able to break through. But we were able to get a lot of shots off. But if you see down here, we have a ton. We took a ton of losses, but most of them were probably due to us. You know, this tactic is just, it gets really insane the more that you add on to it, but it can be a nice clutch tactic to keep in your book, because while your ultimate goal for the Chaos Dwarves should be to eventually get an army of Chaos Dwarf units or superpowered units, and use your artillery in a sparing sense, you can do that, but you can also have fun with this tactic here. Or if you're in a pinch, let's say on the campaign map, oh right, we're going to kill this guy here, and that's another good, nice thing about the artillery, because of the range, you're able to do a lot of damage to units and keep this guy from coming back. So yeah, we're about to ice him. He's got the monstrous impact on him, keeping him from going fast. Yeah, he's done. He's done. And there we go. Now he's iced, and he ain't coming back anymore anytime soon. But like I said, like I was saying, the this tactic is a nice one to keep in your book, because it'll be able to help you out in a pinch. You can, you know, you have a couple nice artillery units in the army. You could just put a bunch of orc laborers or goblin laborers in it, just for cheap, and keep them in there, and then, you know, you just send them at the enemy, have your artillery deal the damage to the enemy units while they're bogged down. It does a lot more damage. And this, you know, you don't have to bring exclusively these. Like, let's say, you know, you have your starter army, you do a little bit, but you need to be able to fill up the ranks so that you can blob the enemy, and you have your artillery do the damage. So that can be done with this tactic, and that's why it's such a good one to keep in your book, because it's a lifesaver. A lot of times it can be what saves your campaign, to be able to, you know, have some disposable troops. That's what these guys are. They're disposable, but they do their job very well. And you know, it can also help with like a Dreadquake mortar to get a skullcracker on it, because then that turns itself into a war machine too. That can help break the line too. So if you run out of ammo for it, which already by the time that if you've done it correctly, you won't run out of ammo by the time that the battle's over. I guarantee it. But if that happens, then you know you have that. So it's a tactic that I always keep in my book for this specific reason. And it can work for other factions, but the Chaos Dwarfs do it well. They do it the best because they have the heaviest hitting artillery. Like, dwarves have they have pretty good artillery, but their units are more like streamlined. They're more, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? They're actual units, like they're regular army. So you have to try to keep them alive. You don't want to just waste them and with friendly fire. You want to try to keep those guys alive. Whereas with these guys, they're expendable. So you can replace them easily next turn if you lose a unit or two. And, you know, there's no harm, no foul, because your main units, these artillery units, are still alive. So it helps keep your main units alive, and you can lock powerful enemy units in place to kill them quickly, because you have so many entities that you're able to lock down massive units, higher tiered infantry units, and even heroes and cavalry. and you just lock them down with your massive amount of bodies that you're able to throw at them.
Hey, welcome Strat fans, it's me, Colonelstrat, the strategy extraordinaire. I'm feeling a little bit under the weather, so apologize for my voice, but today I'm proud to show you the culmination of all of my strategies to where I combine them all together, and I call it Combined Arms. This will be a culmination of how I effectively use these strategies all together in a faction like the Empire or Cathay, or any faction that has multiple good units for different strats like Hammer and Anvil, or Shield Wall, or Focus Fire. All of those strats will be combined into one with this tactic. Not that my tactic series will stop, but this will be probably the last one for a while because I will be replacing it with another series. So I hope you guys enjoy this one, and remember as always to leave a like down below. Maybe check me a comment down below, tell me how I'm doing. Give me your sub too if you like that. I hope you guys enjoy this one, and let's get right into showing you these tactics. Alright, and here we are with our battle. Now, a lot of times terrain can be the deciding factor on what tactics you're going to use. Such as with this terrain, we can easily set some guys up on the heights here to do some extra damage and use the high ground to our advantage while we bottle the enemy into here. But that doesn't always work that way. Sometimes the enemy might try to go through the choke points up here. So you want to keep some units up here to try to keep these units secure, or they might get through and funnel behind the bottleneck and ruin your plan. So again, we have them positioned up here a little bit, and instead of 5 handgunners, we removed one and got a steam tank so we can support both sides here. So we have our Hell Blasters up here and our steam tank up here. They should perform a lot better than they did in the last one because the Hell Blasters weren't really being used, but now they're going to be used really well. So let's get into the battle, see what the Norskins do. Alright, we might have to go out and entice the Norskins into attacking us, which is not going to be ideal. Might just be something we have to do. Alright, let's move these guys up then so we can fire at them. Maybe we'll get right within their range. There we go. Now we're going to be able to open fire on them. The Norskins will funnel most of their troops through the bottleneck here, which should help us, but some of them are going to go on the sides, which again, you should be able to deal with. Keeping most of their units there in the bottleneck is going to be a bad decision on their part, so they're going to take a lot of casualties doing that. And of course, we want to look out for the big units, like that elephant, and all the big units that could cause us some problems. The ice trolls, the Norskin trolls, all that stuff. Alright, we're doing pretty good having them just pick their targets, but we will eventually want to try to keep them to attacking a blob. Now the Hell Blasters are doing their work. They're doing their darndest. There we go. Oh, that Luminarch does a whole lot of damage to them. And as you see, we have the handgunners here. I'll get them back here so they can do more damage. And now we've completely destroyed them. We get these guys down here to do some flanking. And boom. But sometimes the terrain doesn't actually go as good as you thought. Like right here, thought it would be good terrain, ended up being not so good terrain. But now we can send these guys into the back to do some hammer and anvil, aid our melee line, as well as have these guys go in the back too. Start shooting in the back and hitting our melee line. With Carl getting all of his supercharged greatness in. And there we go. We've successfully outsmarted the enemy and lured them into a trap. You don't get these options that much, but when you do, they're really good. You know, we just completely decimated them, didn't lose that many units all around. Again, that's how line tactics can be used really well. You use the high ground, position your units accordingly, and you were able to draw in the enemy good units, take them out, and then mop up the trash. These two scenarios are one of many that you'll see throughout your campaign, and I hope you guys use all of my tactics to your best abilities. You gotta look out for your openings. I urge all of you guys to pay attention to your surroundings and make the best tactical play due to your surroundings there. And then you'll end up with victories like this. Alright, here's a perfect example for combined arms tactics. So what we'll take is this N-tier army for the Empire. So we have a great swords units in the front, performing the shield wall. Even though they don't have a shield for the Empire, they still work pretty well for this tactic. Pretty much forming the buffer to our artillery in the back that are going to do focus fire on enemy special units with a Luminarch of Heesh as well. And our handgunners in the front will fall back and do the old strategic retreat behavior right behind our melee line as the enemy gets close, firing off their shells as they get close. And then of course we have our Demigryph Knights on the sides that'll be able to go around and do some hammer and anvil on the enemy as they come in here. And we have a Norscan force attacking us that's comprised primarily of infantry with a little bit of monsters, so we're going to be able to take them out pretty well. And we have Carl flying up here in Deathwing. He's going to be able to support them as well as go and snipe some heavy monsters and do some damage. So let's get right onto the battle, and I'll show you how we combine all these tactics in one to really have a really cohesive experience of Total War. Alright, so we want to watch out for the enemies coming around the glacier here. They might slow down some of our Demigryph Knights here, but you know, we're having the rocket batteries do their thing. We want to focus on taking out those guys, and we will want to focus the Luminarch on the feral mammoths. Handgunners can focus on the other things right now if they want to, but we will want to focus on the other stuff. Manticore, let's take him out with Carl. That's a problem. Get them out of there so we can focus on the feral mammoth. Yeah, he's going after the Luminarch, so we gotta get him. There we go. There we go. Alright. Focus on that. Focus on that. The Manticore's dead. We send Carl around here to help with the enemy. We want to use focus fire with the handgunners to do a lot of damage to the enemy, as well as having the Luminarch focus fire on the enemy too. These big enemies, that makes it really easy to deal with them. And then we get these Demigryph Knights to do some hammer and anvil. We have our great swords here. These Demigryph Knights did well. Let's do some hammer and anvil on these Marauders here. Gonna be doing really well. And there we go. That deals with that feral mammoth. We have the artillery deal some damage on the retreating units. Focus handgunners on the hero. And there we go. That's pretty much all of them taken care of. And it's just as easy as that, my friends, to use some combined arms tactics. You gotta try to think in the moment. That way you can get to where you need to be, take them out, keep your line in tow, deal with those heavy units, as well as you let them retreat. You have some heavy artillery that's able to get them as they're retreating too, which is just going to mean that they have less troops in the end screen, so that when it's all said and done, they bring less troops out of the battle and you bring more in. So that's pretty much all there is to take with combined arms. You just got to try to look for your opening and try to think on the fly. It requires a lot of skill and a lot of situational awareness, but if you do it right, you can get outcomes like this where you didn't lose any units, you took minimal casualties. I mean, some of our great swords took a lot of casualties, but that's just because the enemy mammoths were throwing them around. We didn't have much else to do, but we were able to punch them down and do a lot of damage.